assume you've read the title.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you it's time. We're alive though.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, let me get you.
One of us isn't. Oh.
Oh no.
Dude, I've just been. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm gonna get you the chat.
Yeah, I've been fucking listening to some Ninja Sex Party music, and fuck, I forget how good their music is. I was just listening to Starlight Brigade a few times. Like, fuck,
yeah,
it's so good.
Isn't Starlight Brigade a twerp? I thought that was.
Yeah, it is. But I mean,
they're in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sung by them, and it's just an awesome video.
Yeah.
But
Very
I
good.
also, my favorites. A lot of my favorites are some of their more. Not really their recent stuff. I actually haven't heard much of their recent stuff.
Oh, you should.
But like Danny, Don't You Know? Obviously,
so
Danny, Don't You Know? Heart Boner. First Date. I fucking love First Date.
Oh my god, First Date is so fucking hilarious.
It's amazing. What the fuck was
Gotta
the
kill
other one?
fucking 5 guys tonight.
Mansion Party.
Love
Mansion Party.
Mansion Party's
fuck.
great.
Love that one. Apparently, it do be silent.
Oh.
I'll go to the watch together as well. There we go.
Are we silent still? Oh my god.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. It played automatically when I joined, so I had to pause it.
There we go. Okay. Cool. So I had set up my thing to stop recording on one channel, but now apparently it records. So cool.
The technical difficulties podcast. It didn't take that long.
Nah, it wasn't that bad. We're good. Yeah. Okay, cool. So hi everybody. Welcome back to the TableTalk Discussion and Discourse podcast. It's currently 8:58 p.m. and I'm your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
Our second host is still in a safe coma.
Yeah, and we'll get into that in a second. But
okay. Oh, we won't, or we will?
Well, we will. We have a little bit to talk about that. Yeah,
I haven't really had any. I haven't been in the loop on that, honestly.
Yeah. There hasn't been much to talk about. I know the last thing I heard from Brogan was so for those of you out there, audio listeners especially, because didn't tell you guys shit.
Yes.
So sorry. Aiden is currently hospitalized, but he is okay. He's stable. He's doing actually way better, and this is from the doctors. He's doing way better than they expected. Like, he's recovering much faster apparently, which is very cool. The last I heard, they woke him up for like 2 hours. He did some hand squeezing and stuff. So he's cognizant, and he's good, at least in that respect. So yeah.
Oh, so he was conscious and was able to speak and all that.
I don't know about speaking. No, I think it was just the squeezing, because they still need to give him the tube to breathe. So
okay.
Yeah. So
is he having breathing issues? I guess because his lung was punctured.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
So there doesn't seem to be any brain damage.
Don't know yet.
As far as they know.
As far as they know yet. Yeah.
That's good.
See how it goes. But yeah.
God, these flesh borers are so fucking complicated looking.
But yeah. So he's doing all right. As far as well as he can, given the circumstances. So we'll hopefully hear more about that later on. But yeah.
So when he comes back, if he has like amnesia, we gotta be like, hey, Titanfall 2, it's shit.
Oh yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, absolutely. No.
That's all fucked.
Yeah, it's a little fucked. Yeah. So, yeah. Welcome to today. We're gonna be covering some hopefully good videos today.
Oh god, yeah.
We will see.
There's always the hope.
Yeah, it's always the hope, but we'll see. I have some
faith. Unless we watch like Dungeon Craft.
Yeah. We'll see, but right now we are before that gonna look at some comments because we've gotten a lot of comments. Didn't get to do the stream yesterday, so today we look at those. Also, I want to show a meme because Pizza Funk made a meme in our Discord, and he put it there. So first, let's look at that because yesterday my internet was dead, and that's why we're doing the stream today. And so I was just, I was complaining about it, and he made this, and it was pretty great.
Where is it?
It's in memes.
Memes. Okay.
Yeah. Just, I'm just trying to start the show, and then the internet blasts me.
Okay, so it is Goku. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's Goku.
Yeah. I couldn't actually tell at a distance.
It was really good. So, yeah. I enjoyed it.
I never saw that one that you posted a long time ago.
What one?
Study shows that rats can drive tiny cars and they find it relaxing, and then the fucking Doom wheel.
Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah.
I loved it.
That's really good.
Yeah. So that was there, and I wanted to show it off because you should join our Discord if you haven't out there and you're or listening to this. But yeah. So that's that. Now we move on to comments. And one other thing before we go too far, in the middle and the end, got some things to talk about, because right now this is content time. But by then you'll have watched some content and you'll have some idea of what we do. So that's pretty cool. But we are brought to you today by our first patron, which I will reveal and talk about and give the shout out in the middle and the end.
Yes. All we can do is shout outs right now.
Yes, all we can do is shout outs right now. But
at least until we make cards for Snake Snatchers.
Right, yeah.
Because that is actually doable.
That could be something, yeah.
That could be a thing.
But yes, so moving on to comments. We have so many. Oh my god. So starting off 2 weeks ago, Shalendor says, this was on our looking at the Quitting Pathfinder 2e video. Yeah, most RPGs have the illusion of choice, especially for martial classes. Now, he says something else later that I would like to go to before we comment on this, but at the moment, no.
Yeah, no.
It's one of those things where we'll get a lot of these kinds of things, but for now, we'll just move on until. So Matthew S. Left on episode 46 when we looked at the 50-minute response video. The issue I had with Cody's video is the idea that there are only 2 games. There are 100 RPGs that don't encourage optimizing. You tear him down for not providing examples, then tear him down for providing examples, then say the game doesn't make you optimize. But the rogue talks about how he puts points into the same skills and just teleports around because, surprise, surprise, that is the optimal thing to do. Don't worry, I did respond to this, so we'll read that out as well later. Yeah. But Cody's whole point is that he doesn't like this crunchy game style, which does push players toward optimization. And your hosts agree with that point at 2 hours in. That is the intentional design of the game. Cody just doesn't like it, which is fine. Excuse me. Watching Cody explain the math behind one attack in both games makes me not want to play either. Not all TTRPGs are designed to play this way. If Cody's original video said, I'm moving away from the games that my players find too crunchy and focusing on more narrative RPGs, let's play insert indie RPG. I don't think anyone would have cared, and he might have highlighted some games that are underappreciated. Which I agree with that.
Yes, I completely agree with that.
So I said, so firstly, we tore him down for not providing examples in his first video, and then tore at his examples in this one, I believe, though it's been a few weeks. So I can't remember fully. Secondly, the rogue talks about doing that because he can and wants to, and then we talked about examples where he hasn't been using his teleport as much as he could to trivialize the game.
Yes, exactly.
So
that's the thing. I gave him that, but he's not the kind of person to abuse it.
Right, exactly.
Nor does he ever feel, or at least, I guess I'm speaking for him, but I don't personally believe that he feels bottlenecked into doing just that. Because he always designs his characters, and no matter what kind of character he's playing, he always designs his characters to be a Swiss Army knife. They can do a little of everything.
Right.
And the stuff that he's good at, he's really, really good at.
Yes, exactly.
But even when he has, as a rogue, he has the ability to teleport between places. You know, he can teleport at will 50 feet in any direction. Up, down, left, right, everywhere, anywhere. And
as long as there's a shadow.
No, he can do it. Oh, yeah, no, in a shadow, my bad. And not only that, when he does teleport, I gave him a bonus hide action if he wants to, because just because the teleport is a full round action, and it would be kind of rough if he teleported somewhere and then was unable to hide. So even though he has that as a rogue, he never abuses it. Not really.
And let's also point it out, because this is talked about in the actual series, so you can go and watch it, and we talk about it a bit more. But since it's a full round action, that's all he can do when he does that.
Yes.
Right? Like, that is literally his entire turn.
Yeah. He can't do anything else other than the hide action.
Yeah, and like, it can put him into a better position to then do stuff tactically, yes. But again, the whole round is that, so it's a lot of trade-off. It is quite literally, you have to spend everything just to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So, thirdly, it can push players toward it, yes. Because yes, the way the game is designed could very well do that if it happens like that.
Yes.
It could, but it doesn't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't always.
Yes. But his points are relying solely on flat damage numbers, which not all players care about and not all DMs encourage as all they should care about. The system itself also gives options for other ways to approach situations, so it doesn't just push towards optimization only. It pushes decisions and dealing with those decisions as best as one can, which may or may not be in the most optimal way. I don't believe it's the intended design of the game at all. It's intended to be played however someone wants to play it / run it. You just need to have a group that wants to play it a certain way. I would like a timestamp to see when we agree that it's crunchy, therefore pushes players towards optimizing, because I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Fourthly, just because he's done calculations doesn't mean you need to every time you play Pathfinder or D&D. And none of us do, at least. None of us do, at least.
Yeah, no.
Again, you can play it however you want, regardless of design. And in so many episodes, I've talked about an intrigue campaign I've run in D&D, where combat was never even wanted by the characters, so they avoided it as much as possible and role-played it out so much that die rolls weren't needed all that much.
Aside from, I assume, some like persuasion, stuff like that.
Occasionally, yes.
Yes, occasionally.
I can see it, even, actually, just to highlight on that, even with that, sometimes I never needed them, like, because it was just like, we're just making...
It was just good roleplay, so it was like, you know what, he's just convinced.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened in our Call of Cthulhu campaign, where it was like, you shot those, or was it you or Aiden who shot them? I think it was you, wasn't it?
Aiden?
I think it was Aiden, actually, because he played
Aiden
the cop.
Yes.
Basically what happened was they got into a fight with some cultists. He fired a shotgun and killed like 2 people at the same time with one shotgun blast. It was like, put your fucking, stop attacking us, fucking surrender.
Right.
And I had him roll intimidation or whichever one it is in Call of Cthulhu. And he fucked up the roll. But I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why I called for this. It just works.
Right, exactly.
Because a cop just blew away 2 of your friends with a fucking 12 gauge. And it's like, get the fuck down. They run.
Right, exactly. It worked.
Yeah.
So yeah, where was I? Right. I can see it working in Pathfinder as well, as long as your DM puts in the work, as well as the players. Finally, I agree with your sentiment on his original video, and unfortunately he takes a stand that is against the system more than neutral, so it needs to be discussed and it's done more harm than good in most people's eyes. Which he responded. It was at 2 hours, 2 minutes, 24 seconds. Someone is agreeing that Pathfinder mechanics are designed to have build paths, and it's fun for some players to optimize their character, which is fine. I see your point about turning away potential players, and that's fair. My point was, if a person doesn't like a certain game for whatever reason, they don't need to announce it and then explain themselves in an Inception response video. Cody says in his first video that Pathfinder doesn't give him a positive feeling like other games do. Why not make videos about those games instead of going down a math rabbit hole to justify not playing a game he doesn't like? Who knows? Anyway, thanks for replying. I just found the show, and I'll check out more. Happy New Year. And then I... that. Thank you very much for the timestamp. Much appreciated. I'll make sure to get my co-host to see this. Unfortunately, the one who agreed was Aiden, so we'll get there when we get there.
Dead,
Sorry.
Dead at the moment. we're still look. He's dead, and we're working on getting a diamond worth 2,000 gold pieces. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
They're not that common. The DM upstairs hasn't given us one. He's a shithead.
I coughed on my fucking drink. So yeah,
this DM is shit.
Yeah, his DM is shit. I promise I'll get it to him when I can. But yes. I'll make sure to get the co-host, see what he has to say, as I think having a build path that encourages play in a certain way and straying from that to be non-optimal isn't the same as saying that the crunchy style pushes people to play optimally. I will say that it can do that if someone looks at the math and cares about that. But I don't think it's inherent, and I don't think my co-host thinks that either. Gotta cast Resurrection. If he's dead, does that mean he's a ghost host? He's the ghost host of the most?
Shit!
Oh, no. He's astral projecting my dude.
He's the invisible servant right now.
Nice.
Oh, man. Well, he loves necromancy. Now he can get necromancy on himself.
It's true.
He's not dead. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine. Just
making
fucking
jokes.
around.
We're just making jokes. And yes, I wholeheartedly agree. If Cody had made something more constructive or boosting of other systems, that it would have been a better video. Whatever his real reason that he stated that none of us get, we won't know. But his statements and actions tell us an interesting story. And you're very welcome for the reply. Very welcome for the reply. Thank you for the comments. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks. Happy New Year. So thank you. What was your name? Matthew S. Very cool.
Yes.
Comments.
Yes. Very good. Constructive comment.
Yes.
Or cast reincarnate. And then he could come back as a goblin. That's right.
Oh, that's
true. Good. But what would he prefer?
Ooh.
Doesn't he have a favorite race?
He probably does, and I don't remember.
Shit, he's dead. We can't ask him now.
You don't like our dark humor, leave us a comment or send us an email.
My dark humor. I'm the one doing it.
No, I mean, I'm laughing along with you, dude. It's fine.
It's true.
Yeah. So, Nugs Not Drugs. He's in our Discord server, and he also is a subscriber, according to this, which is, I mean, I wonder why. But he commented on episode 26, which was comparing D&D 5e to Pathfinder 2e when we had Brogan on. And we watched Cody's video on that we actually liked.
Yeah, we liked that. Because it was basically just agreeing with all the things that we like about Pathfinder and how they're cool.
Right.
Like the crits and all that.
Yeah, and I think we also covered basics. Yeah, we covered basics for game. I'm sorry. He's now how it's played.
Yes.
We covered him one of his videos as well. So, with that context, 5 months late, but it's worth noting that Basics for Gamers, now how it's played, does update his videos when new things do come out. So if there were to add class archetypes later, and if Paizo changed anything, he would very likely update it. But if they do it normally, then it's already here and doesn't need it. And this was in reference to when I was talking about the class archetypes that just aren't used at all.
I see.
Yeah, and how it's just not necessary in the video. And I mean, fair. Again, that was more a personal thing. So really, my preference is not gonna be, the be all end all. It's not objectively bad, and it's not like it is inherently probably good, honestly, that it's there. But I didn't think it was necessary. So
yeah.
You do not gain any automatic spells from archetypes. You will have to take the feats to grant you spells. You could be a level 20 fighter who took a wizard dedication at level 2, and unless you take the basic, expert, and or mastery spellcasting feats, you would only have access to 2 cantrips. Also, Barbarian.
Yeah.
So, evening,
Hello,
Indigo.
Yep.
What's up? Yeah, so, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
By
the way, if you guys hear the clicking going on, I'm cutting out termagants. More termagants from my sprue, so I'm building termagants while we do this. So I apologize for the occasional clicking.
So then we have Redgar the Blue. There we go. Also
Bluegar the Red.
Yeah. Says on our 50-minute look at the 50-minute video. Just found you guys because of this. Good work and good podcast. I've been looking for a podcast like this.
Hey,
hope you like it.
Nice.
Or continue to like it. Yeah. Steely, our boy, he comments on 47, says, "That was my first live stream with you guys. It was a blast. I'm going to try and make it in the future." And then Kill Chrono replied, "Same. Thanks for the fun times, my dudes. Sadly, I won't be able to make it regularly since I usually work while you guys are live. Was only able to make it on last week due to Christmas break. But if I get a sick day, I can catch the cast or pop in during That's all it says. I assume that means live stream." Why did that stop saying?
Damn you, Twitter character limit.
Right, but that's not even right.
It's not even.
Oh, okay, here we go. For some reason, it just didn't load. Catch you during a cheeky quiet day. I'd love to join in on more.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you guys have been enjoying it. Hope you continue. Basically, let's just keep making it.
Yeah. Right.
Then we got Will Floyd on looking at the 50-minute video. Crazy.
Okay, again.
It's a big thing. Why is this? Oh, is it because I have these open and it won't show more? I have other.
Might be.
Let's see. Sorry, everyone. I'm doing things.
More technical. It is technical difficulties.
It is technical difficulty. You're right. I don't know why it's not doing that anymore. That's strange. Anyway, let's just go on the video and look at it really quick.
Okay.
Because it's right there. Cool. So, is this the one? Yes, it is. He says, "In my experience, Paizo has a tendency to overbuild their games. Yes, rules are guidelines, and the DM is the final arbitrator in any rules discussion at the table. But much like Toyota, Pathfinder is reliable because the developers overbuilt the system. There are rules for almost every conceivable context."
Yes.
I agree it's reliable because of what they've done, but I don't think overbuilt is the right word. I think it's just like built solidly. Well. Yeah. It's very well constructed.
It's like a PlayStation 2.
I agree. Yes. It is like a PlayStation 2.
Man, they're built cheap, but man, they are pretty good actually.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. He then Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, I can just do that. Oh. Okay. So,
the YouTube comment system.
Hey, dude, YouTube Studio is really annoying. Okay, this is all like.
I imagine.
I can't turn this from white into black so that my eyes don't die. Okay.
Oh,
like
God. I didn't turn the light on.
No, I have a light on. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I see. Like, I thought you were like sitting in the dark, and then there's
no.
You bring up the comment, and it's bright white, and it kills your eyes.
No. Anyway, so. He says, on our very first podcast episode, oh my god.
The memories.
Gross unchangeable light theme, I know. He says 4th edition is great for mining for abilities to reward your players with for quests. Loot and gold as the be all end all of it is fine. Of it, I assume, is fine. But rewarding players with new unique abilities that their characters can use in and out of combat is really fun. 40 is replete with modular abilities like this and can be converted to 5e or 3.5 or Pathfinder relative. Okay.
Okay. It's not that you can't, but you would need to find a formula to figure out how much. Well, I mean, I guess you wouldn't really need it. I was thinking mostly just about the health when you're trying to convert it to 3 and 5, because obviously they have the different health styles.
Right.
Because in 3 and 5 you have more normal health, and in 4 and 2e you have the big inflated numbers.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure there's something out there.
Now that I think about it, it's kind of like Monster Hunter, where in 3 and stuff you had weapons that were that had huge fucking numbers, like 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
And in, I think, 4, they cut them way the hell down. Like, the best hammers were, 600 instead of 1,000.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Even though they were still equally as strong.
And then in World, it's, 13.
Yeah. Man, I want to play Rise. Fuck. We need to do that for digital distractions, dude.
I know. If I had a Switch, dude. I know.
I want Rise. Anyway, sorry.
I know, you're good. And then, so Will Floyd went on a comment spree. It was great. He commented on 44 comparing AD&D to 5e. Twice. I started playing in 1997 in AD&D in Ravenloft. I still vividly remember my character and his character voice and some crazy stuff he and I got into. But nice. I don't remember anything about the story other than the major points. To be fair, I've probably drugged those memories away at this point. Fair enough.
I mean, hey, the 23 years?
Right, yeah.
That's a long time.
Exactly.
And I mean, hell, even in the campaigns that I know of, you really always only really remember the big moments. I mean, that's how it is with life. You don't remember breakfast you don't remember breakfast 6 days ago, but you probably remember your 12th birthday if something important happened there.
Right, exactly. Okay, so, and then he continues, to be fair, it may be poor dungeon design, but also it sounds like she took over for a group of players who were new, so not very assertive, especially in AD&D, which can be super overwhelming for new players. And she steered the session towards her goals only, which is actually on her dad at the end of the day, who should have been prompting the new players about what they want to do every time she started steering the group away from their plot point.
Yes.
I think I think we also agreed that it was probably a lot to do with the DM.
Yeah, and it's because we're all DMs. It kind of hurts to say that sometimes, and you feel bad because we understand that DMing is very difficult. It's very time consuming. And
that's the thing. It's not that difficult. I always say it's not that difficult. It's difficult to do well, I guess.
Yeah, well, what am I trying to say? Because I do agree. DMing is not that hard. I want to say the writing and keeping your players under control and it, to a certain degree.
Right.
And I guess getting them to actually follow what you have planned.
Okay.
And when they get out of control, it gets kind of hard to get them back sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing with them all being new or newer and I don't know. It felt very strange. At least from her point of view of what is your DM doing that isn't allowing these other characters to really do what their characters are supposed to be here,
Yeah, it's like the DM wasn't assertive.
Right,
as well.
Yeah, that's true, because it's why hasn't he taken the initiative to change what the NPC is going to say so that they can actually have reasons and story here?
And then the whole thing where they're like, oh, we need to go down this room in the dungeon. And that might have been the other character's thing instead of just, warping the dungeon to suit the story's needs.
Right. And any kind of subtle hints, right?
Yeah.
You can give hints, like maybe not so subtle at points, just
I've had to do that sometimes.
Right, exactly, right? Like,
I mean, hell, when that time when Zeke made his intelligence check and I basically flat out told you, don't go down that road, that's not where you're going, you want to follow this road.
Oh yeah, true, because we would have been gone forever.
Yeah, you would have gone down that road and be like, oh, like completely off the rails, and
and again, like, obviously it wasn't supposed to be like we're putting you on this path because you have to be on this because kind of we did, but it's not railroading in the most like overblown sense of just like you need to go this way because.
Yeah, it wasn't saying don't go that way, go this way because I'm telling you to.
Right.
It's you like this is not the way to go if you're trying to stick to your mission.
Right, exactly.
Which you were. Yes. You were trying to follow the thing and you had a job to do.
Exactly. Easy to do, not as easy to do together. Agreed. GTA D&D is a term I hear often. Yeah,
that would be really fucking fun. I mean, hell, that's basically how I want to play Cyberpunk.
Yeah,
I want to play Cyberpunk like GTA, but also have like story missions in there. It's like, I just want to go to a gun shop and just fucking shop and just open the book and go through all the guns.
J3XC. A live stream. Yeah, we're doing it today because we couldn't do it yesterday.
Yes.
So welcome. So yeah. After that, we have a bunch of comments in support of Aiden, and like all of you who did so, fucking thank you. Like I'm sure that when he's all good and he can actually read them, he'll be happy. But like, yeah, absolutely, fucking thank you.
Yes,
very cool.
A game full of rogues just going on heists. Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So basically, Sly Cooper, the game.
Yes, exactly.
A
bunch of sneaking missions and shit. Oh, man. It'd be super cool. It'd be super cool.
Hell, that's basically what Shadowrun is.
Yes, absolutely.
It's exactly what Shadowrun is.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Man, that was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
We definitely should. Honestly, I'm probably...
Blades in the Dark? Yeah, Blades in the Dark as well, apparently.
Yeah. Do you think you will be running our Cyberpunk game whenever we actually start a Cyberpunk game?
That was the intention, I believe. And I'm totally down to do that. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
Because I will actually send you some of the Shadowrun stuff that I came up with. You can literally just bring it straight over.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to come up with, and I think it's actually really good. And then obviously you can modify it however you want.
Absolutely. Cyberpunk 2, yeah, and Shadowrun.
Yeah.
You want to play those? Absolutely. They're super cool.
Try to go for the newer versions of Shadowrun because I ran into a problem with like the damage system and the health system. It's really weird. Because it's like you take minor wounds and moderate wounds, heavy wounds, and deadly wounds, and that's like, whoa, it's like, weird.
It's one of those things where I think we just kind of need to like buckle down and kind of learn. But it's fine. The skip shit 6th edition, it's a mess. Oh, interesting.
Okay then. So is it for?
I mean, I'll look into it, but
I mean, aren't they on like 7?
No, 6 is the most current, I believe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I thought, unless there is a 7, I might be wrong.
I think we played third.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
It was third. I think it was third.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, check it out.
Yes.
Okay.
Every time. Space Mom.
Yeah.
I miss her too.
I know. I'll never go back, unfortunately.
I know. Me neither.
Okay.
Nice. Thank you to Tales of Vesperia Let's Play. I bought it recently. I already got 100 hours in it. Good God. I hope that's with like a New Game Plus, because like, whoo, that's a lot to spend in just one file. Good game though. Fucking good.
So, on our looking at the 50-minute video.
Good.
New Game Plus. Oh, nice. Malker says, hang on. Even if make it easier is an option, that doesn't actually address doing the same thing over and over because it is the best thing you do. Anything you do to change the difficulty just makes cookie cutter more effective, even if other things go from completely pointless to semi-viable. I have never seen, and you do not hear and you do not hear anyone actually refute the arguments he makes. No statistics, no math, no examples, just attack after attack, and telling people to choose to build to be built weak. No, choose to build weak characters who do not function properly raw. He does state that he has a problem with it in 5e, but as both have repetitive combat, he will play the one that is at least simpler and gets it over with quicker. So this is the thing. I understand again, right? Before I read what I said, because I don't remember what I said.
Yeah.
So I understand. If you change the difficulty, it does make the most optimal thing still optimal, I guess. That's not the point. So he is saying that the illusion of choice is here, that if you want to play the game, you have to play this way. That's what he's saying.
Or at least that module.
Right. At least for what he's been doing, he feels like that the game makes him play that way. Now, if you
at least that the game is
built that way.
Yeah, built to make him feel that way or something.
So, and again, we were saying that the module itself might have been the issue. But again, even so every encounter is different, right? Everyone can do different things in an encounter just regardless because of being different people and having different characters. It's not just going to be flat and static the whole time unless your DM literally just puts you in a room and then you fight an enemy and there's nothing else going on, right? There's cover, right? Cover is a whole thing. There's damage resistances, damage immunities. That's a whole thing. Conditions that might make it so that what you're doing isn't as viable. Like, there are a host of factors that we can use to make it so you have to now think about what you're doing. And you can't just stand there and shoot. Because if you stand there and shoot, I don't know, man. It might work for a while. And again, it might continue to work. I don't know. But you still have these other options that you can use. And I don't see Pathfinder going, well, because you have all these options and this one's the best, then you only should use this one.
Yeah, right? And one of the biggest problems with the entire argument as a whole is that one of his major things was that his players were getting bored. The problem with that is that's on him. That's on the DM. If your players are bored with your game, that's on the DM. If you see a player feeling or acting lackluster, or they start even mentioning it, that is on you to fix.
Yes.
You do something, anything, to make sure that they're not bored. They're coming to you to have fun. And if they're not having fun, that's your failing.
The other thing, of course, is the players themselves can take the initiative to talk to their DM. Right?
Exactly.
Like, they talk to them, they go, hey, man, having not a great time.
Now, I would say that that's gonna be really uncommon, because I imagine most players are kind of scared to tell their DM, hey, I'm not having fun.
And this is the thing, right? When you're with a group that you can do that, it's much easier. When you're with people that you've known for a while, it's easier. But I still think that even if you don't know them as well, you can at least bring it up, because unless they're an asshole, they're going to listen to you. Yeah. Right? And at least give you the time of day. DM and player communication is very important. Honest and open communication at the table. What do you mean?
Yeah, right? I mean, hell, we've been parroting that ever since we fucking started.
I said, fair enough. His point he brings up is that there is an illusion of choice in which the system pushes players to play in this cookie-cutter way. It shows examples of math and statistics of a few scenarios in both 2e and 5e to show this. Now, these examples show that one strategy is more optimal than the others, thus more damage in the combat for certain characters. For a certain characters. Now, we understand that, and happen to agree with the numbers mostly, though a video has been brought to our attention in that was made to show more accuracy in the Pathfinder example that I'll find a link to you. Find and link you. But we only agree that if your goal is to play as optimally as possible, that you should do the same thing over and over again. We also assert that the system very much could push someone to play in such a way, but it doesn't take away all of the options that a character has. Viability is one thing, but options are still there, and it's ultimately up to the characters and the DM to determine their effectiveness. The DM especially, as the books state that the rules are guidelines to follow, but ultimately the DM is the arbitrator. Also, yes, going outside of your character's core abilities are what your character's core abilities are can be punishing, but this also depends on the moment in terms of its choice of if the choices they make are less optimal but still help the situation. I could give hypothetical examples, but they would all be designs that I've created, so they probably have less weight to do. Which I say that more just because some people don't find when you're making that kind of thing and you try to bring up examples like we've done it before of like in the scenario that you've created, yes, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to have that be known. Slazex, what's up? Good to see you again. Playing Agents of Edgewatch, one of my players was a wizard, ran up to a bandit and face tanked while the monk flanked. Yeah, there you go.
Muscle wizard.
And I agree, Boo, and you need to introduce them to new ideas. Like my new players, I showed them what they could do through using it with their enemies.
With their enemies.
Wait, sorry, my brain.
So, like, basically, he used, or at least what I take from that is he used enemies to show, like, role play situations where you can do different things in combat.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, like, one of the things that I did, I made absolutely sure, and hell, it was happening in Devils and Dice, where toward the beginning, Brogan was actually getting, or no, not once, was getting a tad bit bored of Muzzle.
That's right.
And in the beginning, he was like, I'm a tiny bit bored of like just running up and punching people. And I said, fucking, I got you, fam. I already planned for that. So give it a couple more sessions, or maybe one or two, depending on what you guys actually do. I have a special weapon planned for everybody.
That's right.
I gave everybody a special thing. Now, not all of them have that. Mez, I don't know if I gave you anything specific yet. I still actually
gave me the summoning of the paper golem.
Right, that's right. Yeah, I gave you the paper golem. So I gave each character a special thing. I wanted them to all feel unique. And so I gave Boris his Boots of the Dark Way. I gave Muzzle like these modular gauntlets that he could use, and they would be like all these different types of damage, like bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and then he could also load in like little explosive files that could make it so he does like elemental damage as well. So he would have like the most versatility in his melee combat. And then I gave Mez the paper golem, and I still actually have your character stuff that will come up later.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
And so I wanted to actually nip that in the bud. That's the term. Yeah. And so that everybody would feel unique and that they could use that however they wanted. So,
but then
I don't know. Like, I did my best to try to make sure you guys weren't bored.
Yeah,
and I mean, hell, there have been times where you guys are like, "Oh, it's being a little slow." It's like, give it a little bit of time. Don't worry, shit's going to happen.
Yeah. And I have faith. And Brogan at the end of the day was like, I'm not into Muzzle, because of character choices that he had made.
Yeah, it was just because of the way he wrote him. And I mean, hell, he's still there.
Yeah, no, he's still around.
It's honestly really fun to bring him back in and make Brogan voice him.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
That's really fun. It's like, hey, here's this character. I get to fucking sit back and not do shit right now.
Yeah, exactly. It can help a group that feels stagnant to play something really different than their standard game. If all you play is Pathfinder and you're bored, try Traveler, for example. Different is good. I agree.
Hell
absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, what was I saying as
yeah, I honestly agree, Slazex. I think Cody is trapped being in a paid game.
It might be, yeah. It might be.
Yeah, like, because turning a hobby into a business is never good. Never.
Well, it can be. That's the thing.
It can't be.
It's you just have to play it smart, you know?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
It is.
Because I mean, hell, I did that, and even I didn't last. I lasted about 8 years.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, so also, I don't remember us ever saying to make a non-functional character. Just that playing with weaknesses or choosing options that may not be so optimal can be fun for us, and may be fun for others too. This, of course, applies to both weaker and stronger characters, and all of them are functional raw as they've been made in the system. And yes, he does say that he has a problem with it in 5e, but it's the central point to his leaving Pathfinder 2e when he's blown it up, at least in our eyes, to such a degree that he should be noticing it in every combat encounter in every system and take issue with it, since the same experience could be felt in each system. And I want to touch on that too. This is ultimately how he feels about the system, and it's driving him away. And we can't do anything but try to sway how he feels and how we feel about the choices in the system. And again, the examples he's provided could make someone have not want to play the game due to how it's presented, to completely push the player to only do the most optimal thing. Again, we don't believe that's the case all the time, but it very well could happen for some people due to how they feel. Thank you for your comment. Highlight it on the stream. Yes. Linked in the video. And then he responded. I found with 2E that it suffers from the same issue as 1E did, and 3.5 before it. Now we're getting into some territory that I understand better. With the added issue of the maths being so tight that +1s really matter, so that the difference between the optimal thing and the inventive thing can be the difference between success and failure, in a way that I don't find, strangely, in a really crunchy system like Eclipse, Phase, or Shadowrun. I haven't played 6E, so no input on that, excuse me. Where covering fire suppression, yeeting grenades, etc., while maybe not what the character is built for, remains viable actions, as they keep people's heads down, which has big impact on the fight. 2E seems to lack those screw it DACA time actions, be that yeah, I know. Be like that the 1E trick of alchemist's fire/acid flasks being thrown as a basic splash attack, which had the bonus of targeting touch AC, which at least did something, or 5E at least being able to attack of opportunity, though that has its own issues. Can these be worked around? Yes, of course they can. But you are working against the system math to do it, and it shows. Whether you do that at the build stage or you wing it, those opportunity costs of that at least feels high. Which, for the record, I don't mind that much. I don't overly mind rotation spamming, but been playing since AD&D 2E, so kind of used. That was all one sentence, I think. I've just realized. Ooh, oh my god.
That's a bit a run-on sentence, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I used to do them too.
Yeah. I think Cozy has has trapped himself because of his YouTube channel. He stated that his only options are either Pathfinder 2E or D&D 5E, and it's clear he's limiting himself to what's most popular. Cody, not Cozy. His name is Cozy.
Yes, his name is Cozy.
So
if that's the case, that's sad as hell.
Right, exactly. So, I feel like that's just something that he has now put himself into.
Yeah.
I feel like he could very well and easily tell people, hey, I like this system, this is why I like it, and convince people, right?
Well, what he's gonna do, you know what he's gonna do?
Huh.
When he gets bored or frustrated with 5e, he's gonna say, I'm leaving 5e forever.
No.
This is why.
No,
and then next week he'll be like, "Hey, we're playing a Shadowrun campaign or fucking whatever."
No, I think by the time he gets bored of 5e, 6e will come out.
It's very true.
No, I really think that he has the ability, and I strongly believe that his following will agree with him on a lot of things. But he has the ability to like bring up a system, like was with what the Matthew said in the comment of like, hey, this little system that's more narrative focused, or this little system that isn't as crunchy but still has combat and stuff. Like, hey,
yeah, this is pretty cool. You guys should fucking watch the videos I'm going to make about it.
Right, exactly. And then people will, because I mean the interest is there. He's an influential person, right? Like that is a thing.
Well, okay, let's he's certainly a little bit less now.
Let's be fair though, he is still influential.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying that he's not, but what I am saying is that now he's given the way he responded to a lot of shit, he certainly lost a lot of respect.
That is true.
From a lot of people. I mean, hell,
it's unfortunate.
Even when you have Joe Cat throwing shade at you,
yeah, that's
right. Bad.
It was interesting
because he is like the nicest guy ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Like there was like.
Leaving D&D, there's too much dice rolling and not enough role play. I'm going to now only play Monopoly.
There's a lot of dice rolling.
I was going to say that's all dice rolling.
But like I saw one of his streams where he was playing drunk Mario Party with some of his friends.
Okay.
And even when he was drunk, he's like, "Oh, I really don't want to like say mean things to my friends."
Right? No, it's true. Know? Absolutely.
He's like so nice. So when you have Cody, Joe Cat, that's bad.
Yeah, he influenced me to unsubscribe from his channel to look for better channels. Ooh, burned.
Ouch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, so continuing on with this comment.
That means that we're one of those better channels, maybe.
Oh my god, you're right. The point I think is that, well, I agree with some of what he says. You do tend to spam the best combo you have, and due to the tightness of the system math, not doing so feels ineffective, unless you know to and have built a mad character, which I believe is like max attack damage. I think that's what that means or something.
Something like that.
To be able to at least attempt other actions and possibly invested beats into it. Does retraining as a core mechanic help with this? Maybe, but again, it takes in universe downtime to do and costs resources. Now, downtime is kind of rare in published adventures and tends to have other uses. This may add to the feeling of urgency in the narrative, but it does put you off using those downtime systems. And then he goes on to say, you didn't say make a non-functional character, the system did. If you want to be super versatile and the barrier to entry is really high, to not make a complete mess of a PC, I am not sure I could do it, not without getting way deeper into spreadsheets, etc., than I want to invest in system. So before I read what I said, because I forget again, okay, so I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't think you need a spreadsheet to make a functional or hell even optimal character.
Right. Oh, yeah. Spreadsheets? This whole talk of spreadsheets? So weird. I don't understand it.
No. Like, again,
come on now. If somebody needs them to play the game, great. Fucking use them, right? It's not a point of, like, criticism that we go outside of it and go, hey, I need this spreadsheet, because that is totally personal.
Yeah.
That is, like...
yeah.
Like, it might feel...
That's kind of that's completely ancillary.
It might feel that way to you. But once you learn the system, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
Now,
okay,
Obama. I drank some caffeine, so I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I also just do that. Slaysex says, it's funny, his Pathfinder 2e versus 5e video got me into Pathfinder 2e. Dude, it was a good video.
It was a good video.
That was the thing, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. So the other thing he mentions here is like retraining as a core mechanic and how downtime is. And it's like, okay, so it's there and it helps. But because of the published adventures, they don't use it as much, that it's not as good. And I'm like over here going, okay, but the system itself has this as the option, so it's therefore is able to be used, therefore the published adventures. No, the published adventures don't matter to the actual core system.
Yes,
right?
That's true.
It is quite literally the core system has this option for you to do it. So why is it a problem? Right?
Yeah.
So I said, and we're almost through the comments, everybody. I'm so sorry. I think. I don't remember. As I started with 3.5 and have never felt the same way about it, I can't really find that to be the case personally. Perhaps it's through different experiences and DMs, though I don't know. But again, we're now in the feeling territory and how it feels like a higher cost. Now, I'm not trying to discount the points at all, but I haven't had the same experience even on our actual play in 3.5 that we've been doing, and also not in the few times I've played both Pathfinder editions. And yes, we may be wrong in the way we view the system due to our inexperience or how we play them, but I still don't believe that the system's math is getting in the way of doing things however one wants to, whether it feels like a waste or not. Also, aren't workarounds inherent to all TTRPG systems through the lines in their books of if you DM, you make the rules? Even with that in mind, I still think the systems are just fine on their own and can be played in whatever way. And sure, people tend to play and use the best things they can, but that's how a person can play in the system. Again, I don't feel the influence of the system in that way when I've played them, so I'm unsure that they do push players to only play a certain way. Some players definitely, and not to try to appeal to the masses, but with the amount of people out there that don't feel the same way, I think there is a basis of which I can rest assured that my points still stand. Retraining using downtime and resources isn't a bad thing as well, and while adventurers may not use them as much, it's still an option that can be pursued if need be. Oh, good job, past me. I can't agree with the system saying that you can make non-functional characters, as all of them have their uses depending on the situations they're put in. Obviously, a character with more of a focus in conversation and less on fighting will be better in their preferred situations, but it's up to the DM to give them those situations and make them viable. Specialties don't detract, they just make it so one is good at something, and just because another isn't specialized in the same thing doesn't mean they can't attempt it and go with how things turn out. In Cody's Ranger example, he complains that the Ranger he's made can only shoot very well, when that is specifically how he has chosen to build that Ranger. Yes, other things that aren't shooting are going to be harder to do, but they're still there, and whether or not it's satisfying is down to the individual and how they react to the situation they've chosen to enact. Also, spreadsheets aren't needed. I don't understand where this keeps coming from. Perhaps you'd benefit from them or not. I don't know. But there are plenty of people that don't, so that is just a preference. Not trying to be rude when I say this, as I genuinely would like to know. Does reading the system and learning it enough to have the basics down not get you where you need to be to play it? A DM that has read the book and can look at the rules can tell you all the pertinent information necessary for an encounter, character creation, etc., like what provokes an attack of opportunity, the cost of actions, what conditions do what, etc., as well as fellow players that may know things or quick internet searches to find a bit of info, or a look in the book itself. Like, just learning through playing it and absorbing more knowledge by experience in addition to the reading is how I know so much about 5e to this day, and how I think I'll be learning more of Pathfinder 2e, but I don't think anyone expects one person to know the entire system itself or look at the math with every decision they make to advance their character. They just want to play a cool game. Very much would like to hear your thoughts on the problems of attack of opportunity in 5e, as well as the sounds, as well as that sounds interesting, and I haven't heard much in that regard. Haven't gotten a reply about that. So, but yeah,
looks like you destroyed him with facts and watch.
I don't think I just said words. I don't know.
Yeah, no, like
right? No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like, and I said this in our Discord. I feel like everything that we've been talking about has just been inherent to playing TTRPG.
Yeah,
right?
Because it's kind of it's because his problems with the system are problems with every system.
Exactly. And like,
so it doesn't
it's just one of those things that if it is a problem for you, then there is a workaround that you can implement, right?
Yes.
And that's just how it is. And again, just because the system itself may have this problem for you, that doesn't mean that it is there for everyone, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Yeah.
After that, I said to Shalendor, who commented again. So he says, on our 50-minute response video. There's only a few more. There's only a few more. We're almost there. We'll start covering videos soon, I promise.
Yeah.
It's been 2 weeks. Basically, says Shalendor. Basically, all game systems have the illusion of choice. The problem is that you can't sit here and change those feats on the fly. You can't retrain in combat. In 5e, if I took Great Weapon Master, I can't exchange it for Sharpshooter in a combat because I have to use my bow for that one combat. In his original, okay, let's break it down. Okay, sorry. I don't know what I said, but I'm pretty sure I said something to this effect. So okay. He says the problem is that you can't sit here and change those feats on the fly. You can't retrain in combat. So we should just be able to do whatever we want and have whatever we want whenever we want.
Yes.
Is that what I'm supposed to gather from this? Right? And you're a subscriber, so I'm not trying to but that's a bad opinion, dude.
Yeah, that's a bad take. Sorry.
I don't think that's right at all. And again, like, much respect, because we commented again later, but it's such a weird thing to say. And I don't know if you're joking or not. I really
sorry.
Don't.
Because then you would have no balance.
Right, exactly. And
here's the other thing. If you're able to do that, damn straight I'm able to, and you're not gonna like it when fucking random goblins start sniping you from 100 miles out.
Right, because
you ain't gonna like that shit.
Right? Like, it's crazy. It's insane to think this.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Okay. So yeah, that's just weird, and anyway. So in his original video, he admits that 5e has the same problems, but it is a more simple system. So he would prefer the more simple system of 5e over the more complicated Pathfinder 2e. Yes, he did. Yes. 5e also has a lot of feats, quote unquote, but just calls them abilities. The problem that many have is that he was discouraging people to not play Pathfinder 2e in his first video. Right.
In the first video, or in the first one, yes.
Yeah. And I think, right? I think that, now that I'm reading it more, I think that cements that he's kind of joking a bit, because he's saying that this is what Cody is saying. The problem is that you can't sit here and change those feats on the fly.
Yes. Okay.
If that's the case, then yes, I agree that that's what he's trying to say, and it's really weird. And I'm sorry if you know.
Yeah, no,
what we said,
that was our mistake.
But it's just like, when you say that, it's just like, I can't tell sometimes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sometimes you can't tell with text.
Exactly. So, yeah. Anyway, Cozy, that's gonna be a thing. Cozy did say he ran his Pathfinder game and 5e back to back, so he needs to factor that in why he might be having a hard time with it. Yeah. Oh yeah. True.
And that can be rough.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 games at once.
Yeah, fuck that. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean,
we have trouble with one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had enough trouble with one game, and that was like weekly, and sometimes we wouldn't even play just because.
Yeah.
So then I said,
and so then I said, and then they said.
So if we're saying that illusion of choice means a player has to use what they've chosen to specialize in and can't easily change out of that since they have chosen to have certain abilities / feats and has to find ways to use them beneficially in situations, then I would agree that every system has that.
Yeah.
It is true that he admits that 5e has the issue in his mind, and we don't acknowledge that, but that's because we don't believe there is an illusion and there is just choices and consequences of choices.
Yes.
And yes, agreed that due to his first video, he is actively encouraging people to not try the system unless they are specific people, when he could have said something like, it's great for some, but if you try it and don't like it, then that's fine.
Yes.
Then Shalendor says, If you have a longsword, +6 to hit, and a short sword, +5 to hit, why attack with the short sword instead of the longsword? My Pathfinder neutral 1E psychic detective investigator has a sickle +9, a short sword +2, 11, and an axiomatic rapier +3, +12. Which of those 3 weapons do you think I use every time? I chose the sickle at creation so that I wasn't like my other Pathfinder character who uses a rapier, but nobody else in the party wanted the short sword +2, and I am the only non-chaotic character in the group. So I say, okay, so the difference here is that you're going for more damage only. Scenario may be different. Like, what if the thing you're facing is immune/resistance to slashing or piercing or bludgeoning?
Yeah, what if it's immune to sickles?
Right. Are you going to
specifically?
Are you going to keep using something that it's immune/resistant to? Also, what's the terrain the battle is taking place in? Is there a cliff? Could try pushing the monster off it.
Maybe you're in like a field of barley and you need to like sickle through it to find the enemy.
Is there rough terrain? Maybe you can't advance far enough and the monster can't either, so you switch to ranged weaponry. My point is, there is more to combat than pure damage numbers. There's also the context of the environment, what you can do to set up allies, what has happened over the rounds, if you want to try doing something off the cuff that may be a gamble but may pay off. There's no illusion, there are choices and consequences. There are situations and how you choose to handle them. And there are ways that the DM can make it so that the choices players choose can do things to help or hurt their current scenario. It's the same in combat as it is in conversations or any other facet of a TTRPG.
That's a really good one, but I'll let you finish reading the comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
And then he said, for that character, he would probably use his Mind Thrust spell with a phrenic point. My other character, a rogue/swashbuckler, had to use his rapier against skeletons since that was his only weapon he had other than a bow. And while he had panache, he did more damage and had a better chance to hit than just using his fist. And I didn't respond to that, because first off, he says, in that situation, I would use something else. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay. Cool. For that character, he would do something that isn't using that weapon. With the rogue/swashbuckler example, if the rapier is more effective against the skeletons, even though it's not technically optimal to use, he still used it. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it probably only used it because it was his only weapon.
Right, exactly. Like, well, he had a bow apparently as well, but again,
I mean, bows and rapiers are like the same technically against skeletons because they're both piercing.
Yeah, with piercing. But I think the rapier does a little bit more damage than the bow. And again, in this instance, he very much could back off and use the bow. There's no reason why he couldn't, because, well, the only reason is like he would do less damage. Right.
Yeah.
But again, because they're both piercing, you're still getting that resistance, so you can just use either one, and the more damaged option is the better option in this scenario, just because of how that is optimal. But again, he could have, I don't know, tried to trip the thing, right, to get somebody else who might have a mace or something to, because I don't know the full scenario here. If he's like, I don't know where he is, what he's doing. Like, I need more context to then go, well, you have these options still, right? Because I think I can think of other options, like trip the thing for your ally, or push the skeleton off of the pier because you're a swashbuckler and I immediately thought you're on a dock. Like, you know, it depends on the situation. If you're in a flat room, then I guess, yeah.
If you're in like a portal testing chamber.
Right, if you're in a portal testing chamber, then, like, I don't know, do whatever you want, but also, like, hey, you still have allies, I think, right? You can still set things up for them. Like, I don't know, man. You have options.
So, I also think Indigo Dragon. I also think his second video invalidated his first video when he described all the things his players did with how they chose to play their characters. His illusion is only in his own mind.
I agree.
Because,
And then remember, he says it's only for combat, and then like, yes, because you say that now, okay, right. But first off, even in combat, you still have so many choices.
Yeah, you can roleplay in combat.
Yes. Pretty sure in Pathfinder. Oh no, go for it. Go for it.
I'm pretty sure in Pathfinder, dwarves have ancestral daggers. They're literally heirlooms. So it might be a character reason why characters have what they have.
Very true.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And they can use it because the ancestral dagger is like the thing that you use to finish off a guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. My player's rogue stole one of the skeleton's heads after the creature threw at his ally. Instead of damaging it, he kept it blinded since he couldn't reach it at the time.
Nice. That's pretty good.
That's throw.
Yeah, throw. Yeah.
That's really good. Wait, the skeleton threw his own head at your ally? That's fucking weird.
That's pretty cool, though.
Castlevania skeleton.
Yeah.
Throw bones.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, okay. We're almost out of. Here we go.
Oh,
it's a variant into. Oh, that's neat.
A bone throwing skeleton. That's hilarious.
I love it.
Love it.
Steely.
So now I want to make a zombie that throws its own arms like javelins. So
that'd be cool.
Like a knife hand strike kind of thing where it just keeps its hand in that position and it throws its own arm.
Oh man, that'd be super cool. So the physical book versus online thing. This is from Steely on when we covered what's his face. You weren't here for it. It was Puffin Forrest's video on his review of Pathfinder 2e.
Okay.
So, Steely says, the physical book versus online thing is a really interesting discussion. In my own case, I actually have different preferences for different situations. If I am in game, I prefer using the internet since it gets me to the rules I need to reference quickly. If I want to browse, though, for example, if I'm thinking of what kind of character I would like to make or what deity they might worship, I like the physical books much better. And then when I'm actually creating or planning the character, I like to use the Path Builder app. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You can.
Yeah, I like when I am. Okay. Sorry. I'm kind of the same way where if I'm in a game, I'll look it up, like online, unless I have the book immediately at hand.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I will use PDFs and online. Hell, that's what I did when with our most recent session of Devils and Dice, where I was like coming up with stuff for my for Riri to do. And absolutely the same. When I'm just kind of reading the book, I want to read the book.
Right.
I don't really know why.
It's just like, I don't know, man. Physical books, like turning the page, like feeling that is just something, It's not for everyone, but fucking, I like it.
If anybody here is interested, there is, and this is kind of slightly off topic, but it is about a book. Chaosium, the guys who make Call of Cthulhu. They have released an updated 7th edition, Call of Cthulhu 7th edition, version of the Malleus Monstrorum, which is a pair of books that compiles every single solitary monster in the history of Call of Cthulhu.
Wow.
Yeah. So I bought the PDF when it became available, and I have also bought the physical versions, because I could not wait to read it. So I got the PDF. And then when it came out, I bought the full things. Now, what's nice is that if you buy a PDF on Chaosium, they give you a coupon for the physical copy. So I was able to get the physical copies for half off. But yeah. I can't help it. I got a fucking problem, man.
No, you're good.
Because like when I'm writing for Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is the scenario. What monster would work well here if I want to use a monster at all? Like, if this is a scenario that needs a monster, what do I want to use? It's like, okay, well, I want to flip through this. And I have such a hard time. I don't know what it is. I just have an easier time flipping through a book than I do a PDF. I don't know what it is. It's something it's definitely something all in my head, because there's something that it happens to me in shooter games as well. If I have a gun on screen and say it's like a rifle, if I have a rifle and the scope, and it's like the rifle's meant for very, very long ranges.
Yep.
If the scope is fucking huge and the rifle takes up too much space on the screen, I feel like I can't see as well, even though I'm only using it when I'm looking through the scope. I hate it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so even if I have a rifle that's meant for long ranges and it has a scope that's too big, I will take the fucking scope off and long range you with iron sights. I can't do it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And so that's the kind of thing that happens to me with PDFs. My brain is like, you're missing something here. This isn't, like, I can't see the entire page because it just goes up into the gray. And I'm like,
I get you.
There's something.
Yeah. No,
it's my mind goblins.
Yeah, absolutely. We're almost done.
Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. Steely said, no, Steely, that was, so, a guy gave us an offer. Chad Hale says, speaking of options, you like to check out my book? It was a tome of psionics. Let me know and I'll send you one. And I responded to him, and this fucking guy, he sent us free copies of the PDF.
Shit.
Of the psionics thing. So I have to shout him out because it's fucking cool. And you can go find it, Tome of Psionics on DriveThruRPG. It's $17 for the PDF. It's chalked, and I got to get you the link there because like it's fucking cool. Like there's some old anime art, looks like.
Ooh. So like, is it psionics for like 5e 2.2
just for
stuff like that?
Just for Pathfinder 2e.
Okay.
But it's still like really cool, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, hell. In our first edition campaign, where I died as Owen, the wizard guy, he was basically a psionic without being a psionic.
Cool.
Because he was all about illusion magic and stuff that targeted the brain and stuff.
Right, yeah.
Like, for example, instead of lightning bolt being a line, it was actually a targeted spell. So it was a bit more powerful, but it just hit. You know what I mean? Like, but it was one person, and that was it.
Okay.
So it was just a way more focused lightning bolt, but essentially it was like synaptic overload. And so like basically electrocute your fucking brain.
Gotcha. Okay. So. Oh, I was wondering why my thing is done. All right, I'll get those up later. There's got a new meme, and also and I think that was, let me look at the members. Yeah, Slayer joined. Slazer. He was in the chat. Very cool.
Hello.
Thanks for joining. Anyway, it's just like I've been seeing my thing, and I've been like, oh, what is that? Anyway, so go check out the book. I'll put it in the description. Actually, I'll even put it in the.
I mean, you can just send it to me like in a DM or something.
Oh no! I mean, for everybody else out there.
Oh, for everybody else out there.
Yeah. No, I'll send you the link. But go check that out. And I will put it in the description. As well while we're here. Because it seems like pretty good work. The only thing that I saw from my very brief reading of it, which I didn't read too much, but I did look at it, and it's like the only thing that I have an issue with is that the text is very small. But it is a PDF only, so like you can just zoom in, and that just takes care of the issue.
Yeah,
so
that's
like,
true.
It's not that bad. So go check that out.
Nice.
Drop him some money. Anyway, so
do we get royalties for plugging?
No.
No? Oh,
No.
Okay.
No, I feel it.
I know. I'm
right?
just fucking around.
Okay. So,
you said money. I had to ask.
Trip Dr. Spider said on
That's a fucking weird name.
on the same video of covering Puffin's video, the fact that Pathfinder 2e experts are this prolific for just rules questions is kind of disturbing. When a game system reads like Chilton's manual, that's an issue. And I said, How is that an issue when Chilton manuals are described as an affordable, reputable reference source for owners who want to understand their vehicle better? Quite literally, having a bunch of references and people to explain them is a good thing, I would think, so that those that need help understanding can get it. So, are you saying we're experts? We just look at the material like anyone else can. Also, would it be better in your mind if there weren't so many people that explained them? D&D has an enormous amount of creators that explain the rules too, so is that also disturbing? Is Call of Cthulhu... if Call of Cthulhu did, would it disturb you?
Is Call of Cthulhu disturbing? Yes.
Right? What about forums where people ask clarifying questions and others answer them that are players and GMs? Where's the line? He says, because role-playing should not feel like fixing your car, because system bloat is bad. Because we shouldn't need so much support just to play a game. Because of bad, wrong fun, if not doing it this way mindset. Sets a precedent to de-empower the DM, sets up the player with optional build syndrome. Because how sensitive people can get when I bring the subject up. Normally the counter is what lulls rules bad, and I'm not saying that rules are... I'm not saying that. Rules are needed. But there is a lack of elegance to Pathfinder and Starfinder that I find off-putting along with the rise of I'm YouTube famous for knowing rules. More of the trouble is the need for that. Which, okay. I said, so, I'd agree if I felt the system was bloated. And we aren't trying to enforce rule usage, just the understanding of them if the need is there. We are very active in trying to say that if whatever playstyle works for you and your table, you should do it. But we have our opinions on things and like to express them. None of us are experts or claim to be, and the video we cover is doing more harm by not paying Pathfinder 2e. It's not paying Pathfinder 2... Painting! My brain! Okay, that was an autocorrect because I didn't have internet. Is not painting Pathfinder 2e as fairly as it should, and isn't encouraging trying the system to see if it's for players. Also, it specifically states in the books of most RPGs that people should use whatever rules they want, and we say that too, as long as there's consistency. I would love to know how you'd make Pathfinder 2e more elegant, as I think that and have expressed that the formatting of the book is very poor and isn't great for new players, and have had other issues as well. I'd like to stress that I understand that you're not saying that rules are bad, and would love more specifics. I also hope that I don't come across as my feelings are hurt, or I'm too sensitive about this, as I genuinely am interested in what you have to say, and love discussion on the topic. Hence the show. Furthermore, I hope that I don't come across as patronizing, as that is not my intention, and I've been told that sometimes I have problems with the tone of my words. Finally, I thank you for the comment, to help clarify your position. And then I also said, one other thing I'd like to say is that if you don't need the support, that's great, but just because it's there isn't inherently bad. Also, so there's a lot that I actually need to say that I don't think I said at all. Bad, wrong, fun.
Yes, bad, wrong, fun.
So yes. I know what he's talking about. I know the
forest
mindset.
Fruits.
Right, forest fruits. So I know
this is for us.
I know what he's talking about. I get what he's saying. There are we've covered videos of you shouldn't do this, or you need to do this, right? Where we go, well, no, you don't.
Yeah, that's been quite a common thing on this
show.
So
yes, I agree that's not great. Again, that's kind of part of the reason why the show is a thing. Now, he says, okay, I find a lack of elegance to the Pathfinder and Starfinder that I find off-putting, along with the rise of I'm YouTube famous for knowing rules. So apparently, the fact that there are many people on the platform who know the rules and try to help people, or at least spout the rules,
that's bad.
bad, right?
It's also bad that apparently people need to, the people find them and enjoy the fact that they are, giving them the explanation for the rules.
That's the other thing, right? Like, Brogan, no net ones. He literally, his channel is built on Pathfinder. Like, yes. That's what he does. He talks about the rules. He talks about the classes. He explains the shit so that people can understand them, and people enjoy that. And he is off-putting to crap Dr. Spider. Yes. I don't understand. I don't get it. What is the harm here? Secondly,
have you seen Brogan? Of course he's off-putting.
So the other thing it's like he's saying that there's system bloat, and I'm over here going,
I'll never understand that. I don't understand why you it's like, oh man, look at all this shit we can do. This is bad. I don't like this.
Right? Like
I hate why.
The thing is, I don't think any of it is necessarily unnecessary. That doesn't track very well in my brain. But so what I mean is, all of the rules are there for you to reference and use if you want to use them and use them, right?
Exactly.
As the DM, as a GM, as whatever, you have the ability to use the rules however you want to use them, as long as we stay consistent, right?
Yeah, as long as your group agrees.
Yes, exactly. Like, your group has to agree.
We're not using the squeeze rules. Okay.
Easy, right? Like, we're done, right?
That's it.
Like, it's just okay. Anyway, so I've said my piece there. To be fair, you shouldn't stick your PP in the blender, or that's a really risky reflex save. Hey, Kill Chrono. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Okay. So that's all the comments on everything. Also, somebody posted in our discussion thing. Because I posted something there. I posted, like, does anybody even look at this? Quack if you, or leave a duck if you do. And he said, Quack, is everyone okay?
Nice.
So, thanks, Dark Enemy Vampire. Appreciate that. Anyway, so that's all the comments. We're finally done with that.
Hey, podcast over.
Podcast not over. So sorry. But there will be more. I do absolutely, though, need to use the bathroom very quickly.
So intermission.
Yes. So an intermission will be had. I'll be right back, chat.
Worst podcast.
I'm so sorry. It's just, I've been
I know.
drinking my soda and shit. So, okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And then I guess I'll just be left here alone with these animals in the chat while I'm putting together my, is this? Yeah, that's it. Sorry. I'm just, I'm building my termagants in my Tyrannid army. So I'm taking all the bits I'm not using and putting them into my bit bags. I don't have like a big bit storage bin, and I just I store them by faction and like the kind of thing that they are. So like small ranged weapons, big ranged weapons, small melee, big melee, stuff like that. So how you guys been? How's your new year treating you? Is it better than 2020 so far? Because I know it's not exactly a high bar, but figure I may as well ask. By the way, you're bad at reading.
Am I?
Yeah, that's you said really risky reflex save, really risque reflex save.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time.
God damn it. I forgot to do the thing that I've been wanting to do.
Oh no. Well,
as soon as you're gone. Hey guys, I'm Alejo.
Oh Jesus.
Hey, ese. You guys want some burritos?
Nice. Wow.
I've been wanting to do that for a while.
That's fine. I understand.
And I wish you guys would like.
I wish I could do that.
Like when Aiden comes back.
Yeah.
Hey Aiden, hey, you got done drinking your maple syrup, fucking. Or instead of Canadian, could be Aiden, he's returned. Fucking.
Facebook's like, oh.
Yeah, right.
It's whatever. Don't worry about it.
Fun to be. It's fun to be blatantly racist with people who don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, this is the thing, right? Now remember, everyone, Boo is not a racist.
I'm not a racist.
He's not a racist. He's just making the
fucking around.
Because we don't give a shit. Me and Aiden don't give a shit when he does that shit. For
Brogan
for
either. He doesn't
care.
Brogan
doesn't care.
I can't really be racist to him.
Right. We could.
I could.
But it's one of those things where it's just one of those, whatever.
Yeah, it's because we're a bunch of assholes.
We're a bunch of assholes to each other, and we do it all the time. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So anyway, that out of the way. Let's get to the video, huh?
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right. I need to actually get in the watch together. There we go. Okay. All right. I was already in here.
So today, cover. This is Ginny D. We've covered one video from her. Crazy, right? This is 10 things DMs wish players knew. Now, I'm interested to know what those are, because in 9 minutes we get to learn 10 things. Wait,
yeah, one thing per like 40 something seconds.
Exactly. So finally, let us begin what we usually do on the show.
So, how far into the video are we?
Zero everything.
Oh, well, okay. Do you remember how long the last segment was? Because you should probably put a disclaimer at the front. It's like skip to blank if you just want to skip.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna try to put in time codes
timestamp
that do it, because they do that automatically now. But yeah, we're an hour
just
and a half
in case, because I imagine
I
some like new viewers wouldn't be like, okay, I don't want to hear about the comments.
Absolutely, and that's fair. Okay, so we go.
It's Ginny D here. The other day, I was thinking about DMing tabletop games and how challenging it is.
Happens.
I feel like in the general tabletop discourse online, I often see DMs who are frustrated or feeling unappreciated or just struggling to really get on the same page with their players. I have both DM'd and played, and learning firsthand how difficult it is to DM has definitely made me more appreciative of the DMs in my life. But not every player has tried DMing, and until you've done it, it can be really hard to understand exactly what it's like. So I decided to ask the DMs of Twitter what they wish their players knew about DMing, in hopes of maybe helping bridge that gap a little.
That's fair, but also I think the Twitter following that she has is a little more civil, maybe?
I guess, but like,
I don't know.
Like, honestly, there's no good option, but I think if I wanted to ask a question, I would probably go to Reddit first.
Maybe, yeah.
Because it seems to be slightly less reprehensible.
I mean, I will always say it. I like Twitter a lot. It is a sewer. Oh God, it is.
Oh yeah,
it is a fun sewer to be in. Let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure. Sewer levels are fun. They're just overdone.
It's true.
Thread immediately exploded, and despite over 500 replies, the vast majority of them fell into the same handful of categories. Okay. So without further ado, here are the 10 things DMs wish their players knew.
Okay, so before we get to the first one, what do you think? What do you think DMs should hope, or players should know? Because I have a few.
Well, okay. Well, if you've already got a few, tell me some of yours, and I might just agree.
Sure. So I think they should know how the character works.
Yes,
right.
Yes, they should know. Yeah, that's 100% true.
Right.
You should know how your character works.
We've talked about it before. Used to say like read your player's handbook, but we always now go with the caveat of if you can't do that, at least understand how your character works. Like read your character's class section. Right.
Yes.
That way you understand what you can do, because combat is going to happen unless you're playing a game where combat is not the focus, where your classes might not matter as much, but they do still have the skills and stuff that you acquire, so at least you would understand, have those skills, right?
Yeah.
So that probably also that you don't have to, like, in role-playing situations, you don't have to do a voice, right? You can.
Yeah, you don't have to.
There are a couple of ways that you can do it. In fact, the 5e player's handbook says in it, like, hey, here are a couple ways that you can do it. You can role play in first person, like you are the character, or you can go, hey man, I'm gonna describe how my character acts, right? Like, Boris, Boris goes to, and this is not the same Boris. Boris goes to the store, and goes up to the shopkeep and asks them for a map, right?
Yes.
I'm saying that as what my character's doing. I'm describing what they're doing, and then, like, whatever the DM says to that point, I then respond like Boris would do so, but not in first person, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is that because I imagine that if you're going to be playing a character and role playing it like that, you would have given at least a description of the way that he acts, like he's fidgety,
right.
He's weird, he's kind of socially awkward, stuff like that.
Yeah, and
so
while
if you've
doing
given
things,
that, if you've given that description, you can do that kind of first person role playing, or actually like third person role playing.
Right, yeah.
And then the DM can be like, okay, he kind of walks up in there, he kind of, and he can describe how he acts given your previous description. Yes. So he can kind of co-role play with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, once you do that, then they say, something, and it kind of makes you feel more fidgety.
Yeah, exactly.
Then again, it depends, right? So, let's see. Other than that, combat isn't always the only option.
Yes.
You don't have to fight until you die, right? Retreat is a tactic that you can use.
Yes.
And you should implement if you think the situation calls for it. Because, like, yeah, it's all about you overcoming the situation, but if things don't turn your player's way, they should be able to go, we got to get the fuck out of here. Right?
Yeah. One of the things... Oh, sorry.
No. Go on.
One of the things that I wish that players knew is that sometimes a plot railroad is not that bad. And what I mean by that is a short plot railroad. For example, when we played Call of Cthulhu the second time, because we played a campaign, we tried to play a campaign, and then that fell through, and then basically I just restarted the same campaign because I hadn't done like anything.
Yeah.
And so what I said at the very beginning, session one, I was like, everybody, I'm going to tell you right now, there is going to be a small plot railroad. And it actually took them to a train station, so literally a plot railroad. So there's a small plot railroad. You're going to be on it. And then once you get to your destination, that is where you get off and you're free to do what you want.
Yes.
There is nothing wrong with having a thing where it's like, you need to go here and do this. And then after that, you're free to do what you want. There's nothing wrong with that. So, like, I don't know. You're starting your campaign and all the players are on a ship.
Sure.
And then you're like, the ship is going to where you're going to go. Please don't try to sink the ship. And then once it lands, you're free to do what you want.
Right. It's
like, can we agree to that?
It's to get you started, to get you actually in there.
Exactly. It's the teeny tiny little prologue. Just give me this, please. And
I want to at least try to set you on a path.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This is you being airlifted to the fucking thing. Yeah. Hey, you're finally awake. It's that. It's Skyrim when you're on the fucking cart being escorted to the character creation. And actually, now that I think about it, oh shit, there's another one. Please, sometimes, please give me cinematic license, please.
Oh, okay.
So, like, if I am like, you walk up to the top of the final tower and like the boss, the big fucking evil guy is like drawing his two big fuck off broadswords like, hey, I'm going to have my big fucking speech now. please don't interrupt me.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't just shoot him. I know you can, and it's smart to do it, but come on. It's the end of the campaign.
You never got over that, did you?
Right?
You never got over that, did you?
Huh?
The when Brogan shot the guy.
Yeah.
You never got over it. Huh?
I'm just like, just give me this, please.
So for context, when we were playing our Shadowrun campaign, Boo had us go to this rich kid's place, and he wanted us to play a game with them, and it was going to be our tutorial basically on how combat worked, right? That's the basic point of it. But we were going through, and we got to basically the end, and we go into the room, and the boss is spawning in, right, doing its thing, and Brogan has a sniper rifle and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna shoot him."
Is he invincible while he's spawning in?
Right.
I'm like, I guess not. That was stupid. It should have been. It's like, no, it's a cutscene. Fuck you.
Right. If you wanted it to be that way, you should have for that one. I would have been like, yeah, okay.
I should have.
But yeah, he goes oh, okay. If he's not, I'm gonna shoot him from back here in the other room.
Yeah, and I'm like,
and he did, and he rolled it perfectly, and he fucking shot him in the head, and he died.
Yeah.
And
I'm like, oh, fuck. Because basically, it was like they were in a video game, effectively. They were in a virtual video game.
Yeah.
And the boss was spawning in, and he was just going to have this tiny little spiel, and then the fight was going to start. And then if he shot him after that, I wouldn't have given a shit. It would have been really funny. I'm still bitter about that 4 years later.
I know, it's great.
I hate it.
At the same time, you roll with it. You rolled with it anyway.
I rolled with it. It's but there are times when I'm sure your DM will be like, please, he's crossing his fingers, he or she is crossing his fingers, please don't interrupt the big bad speech because I have all this shit planned,
Right, yeah. It's one of those things where monologues are hard to do.
Yeah, they are.
Something like that, because again, you are able to do the anyone can just act, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you got to try to captivate somebody beforehand, where they don't think about it, they just want to hear the speech. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of hard to do depending on your group.
Well, so that's the thing. If you ever had Dispotter fight us, ever, I would let him talk. I would let him go, right? Because I wouldn't want to stop him from talking unless there was something of he's actually letting on that he's gonna kill us, and then I would go, wait a minute, okay.
Clear that he's like you do some sort of a roll and you find out that weaving in his words is a spell or something.
Yeah, exactly, right, something like that.
So obviously. Here's the thing. That's something that I wish players knew, but that's also something that DMs should know. There are times when you just got to be upfront and just say, hey, this guy's got a monologue. Just let me get through it, please. I would really appreciate it if you let me get through it. And that's perfectly fine. Again, it's the same thing as saying, hey, there's going to be a small plot railroad. You're admitting that it's not written perfectly, and that hopefully they will, they'll be down for that, because it's not like you're trying to trick them. You just want to, because you took the time to write it, and it's your story that they have also decided they want to be in on. So they're not going to have a problem listening to a little monologue, I don't think. And hell, what they can do is, yeah, sure, we'll listen to the monologue, but is it okay if I try to make a sneak or a hide check to sneak around behind him so that when he's done, I can jump on him?
Yeah.
Then I'd be like, fuck it, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because then you are allowing me to do the thing, and you're taking advantage of it in a way that doesn't immediately cut him off.
Right.
Anyway, sorry, that's a big thing for me.
No, you're good. Things said before disaster. Let's get some ideas from Twitter. We got the Skyrim shit.
Yeah.
Doom music starts playing. Oh shit.
I've awakened from an hour-long slumber. Who dares?
First time I ran a game where a player ever tried to interrupt a big bad evil guy monologue, I literally pulled the "he has a barrier around him" trope. I felt like such a twat. You know what? Fair. Player shoots big bad evil guy while he's monologuing, but the big bad catches the bullet mid-fight. Bitch. Right.
As I was fucking saying.
Right.
It's like, oh, you're going first.
Okay. So let's see what she said.
Yes.
DMs are improvising a lot of the time. No matter how much prep a DM does, it's almost guaranteed that their players will do something that they didn't expect on some level. That means that when you ask for a shopkeeper's name, or if there's a local library, or you cast Speak with Plants to chat with a nearby bush, your DM is probably flying by the seat of their pants. So what does this mean for players? Beyond just recognizing and appreciating how difficult that is, it's also important to cut your DM a little bit of slack. Be ready to suspend your disbelief and be flexible if something that your DM pulled out of thin air isn't fully researched or fully fleshed out. Second, many DMs requested that players take their own notes and don't expect the DM to remember every single thing they've ever said. They might not remember the name of the city guardsman that they didn't expect you to talk to 4 sessions ago, so if it's important to you to know it, maybe you should write it down. DMs are on your...
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I would very much agree, because fucking... Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't say, unless you are like Aiden is our basically like our group /
our party scribe, as he's
our party scribe. Yeah, he loves to take notes about everything. But I would say that unless you have like a self-designated party scribe, or even just a designated party scribe, I would say only really take notes about things that you care about.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Well, this is my caveat of like, if your character's there, take a note.
Yes.
Right. Because like your character will that shit because they were there. That's what I try to do in my game, like in the Wednesday game that I do. Which is today. Hello. I usually take notes only when my character is there, because like otherwise I shouldn't know it. I don't need it, you know. But Guardsman's Dinkleberg is awesome.
No, it's not butt guardsman. It's nut guardsman.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah, it's for giving your DM some slack and stuff. I feel like everybody's gonna do that. I feel like only assholes are gonna not, right? Because
the only people that don't are the ones that aren't gonna be playing in your game for too long.
Right? We do it to each other all the time. When we're in, you can literally hear us doing it at Devils and Dice. We give shit to Boo just because he knows that we're not actually serious, right?
Yeah. Because like we've known each other for like what? 10 fucking years now. We've known each other for a very long time. Yeah, it's been a long while, and we've been assholes to each other a lot. Hell, you remember when we were fucking playing and we'll kill each other for no reason.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
In shit, like not D&D, but like in video games and shit. It does not matter.
Yeah, we know at the end of the day we're all friends, right? And
exactly.
No matter what we say or do, we're good. Right.
Yeah, and hopefully, if you guys are in a group, hopefully you are at the same level where you can do that.
Yeah, or you can get to that level, right? Like,
yes, exactly. And so the players, the people that are actually legitimately going to criticize you for that, are the ones that you should not be playing with. Period.
Yeah, it's a little bad. I love the passive-aggressive delegation there. No, I don't care about that one guardsman you tried to bribe and get drunk. You remember his name, you twats. Yeah, no, that's not that's not it, of course, but...
Wait, which chat are you in? I'm not getting some of those comments.
I'm in the same one. Mine, oh, some of them might not... Oh, it didn't update on the elf either.
Oh, that's a little weird.
Let me... No, it didn't.
Let's see. Maybe I just need to refresh it on my end. That might be it.
Right. I don't know what it is.
No.
But Killchrono said that, and it's not showing up on there for some reason.
Yeah, the last comment I have from Killchrono is the one where he, a player tried to interrupt the big bad evil monologue.
Well, I see it, Killchrono. Don't worry, I'm reading it. It's fine.
Yeah, and I'll hear it from his end.
Yeah, it might be.
Let me know if anybody puts a comment for me specifically, and I can't see it.
Absolutely. It might be that YouTube's just being a bit of a bit. As it does.
I'm sure.
as it does.
The Tale of Two Chats. Nice.
Only I can see the true chats.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, let's continue. Because at this point, I also agree people should already, just from seeing.
Your side. Despite the common jokes about DMs trying to kill their players and the adversarial nature of the fact that the DM plays the monsters and the bad guys, a ton of replies to my thread were just DMs who wanted to make sure that their players knew that they were rooting for them. They don't want to ruin the game for you. They want you to have fun, and they want you to succeed. Of course, they also want your success to feel earned. So, of course, they're going to put obstacles in your path. But in the end, most DMs are on your side. With that in mind, while many of the characters that your DM plays may be your enemies, you should just remember that your DM is not the enemy. It sucks for DMs to bend over backwards to try and provide a fun game and run challenging and interesting combat, only to have their players angry at them or mean to them for basically doing their job. DMs are
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, agreed 100%. I've always said it. I don't want to kill you. The monsters want to kill you, right?
Yes.
The encounter you're in is going to be challenging to the point of them trying to kill you. I don't want you to die. I have made this encounter for you to succeed. Right?
Yeah, I didn't. When I wrote this campaign, I didn't write it's like, okay, and the ending is they die to orcs.
Right. Like
That's not the ending.
Exactly, right? Like
if it happens, that fucking sucks because I wrote a whole long campaign and now it's fucking done because you guys shit at dice cursed.
Right, exactly. If we die, it's literally like, oh fuck. Well, there goes that story. That sucks.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody
It's
wants
like, quick,
that.
bring in your cousin.
Right, yeah.
The character's cousin.
Yeah. It's the players versus fantasy life, not players versus DM. Exactly. Yes. We want to challenge you. We don't want to kill you. All I ask is you don't snipe my big bad evil guy in one shot.
Don't worry, he wasn't the big bad evil guy. He was just a fucking like level 2 boss.
Right, yeah, it was just the end boss of that encounter thing. So
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah,
Every time.
the best part is he will never get up.
No, that's why I keep putting him in the state. That's why I keep putting him in games. I put him in this one.
Yeah.
It's Ree's true name.
Oh my god, it's him.
It is him.
It is. You're right.
Dude, like that's a thing for me. That is like a recurring character for me because that
fair.
name is so stupid. It's not the same character, obviously,
right?
Because he's a fucking Etten this time.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
if you ever play a game with me and like the game is either even slightly comedy,
right.
He's in there somewhere.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it's like all of my characters that I've made are in my world in one respect or another, right?
Yeah,
like it's just fun. It's just fun to use that.
It's just fun.
Anyway,
no, he's not gonna die in one shot this fucking time because he's an actual boss fight.
Yeah, he's an actual boss fight. It's gonna be neat when we get back to it.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. It's gonna be a lot of
really fun. Yeah, so DMs are on your side. That is true. No, I don't understand DM versus players and why that keeps being a thing. Right?
Ooh, yeah. As GM, I try to pull off the Die Hard effect, treat the PCs like they're John McClane, put them through hell, and hopefully see them succeed and triumph against the odds.
That's a great way to put it. Absolutely.
That is yeah.
Reminds me of my time one shot a guy in an area. Okay, so Rain, I know him, and I was the DM for that, and like I didn't give a shit because it wasn't that, but he was like, "Hey man, and I like." So there was this whole like arena gladiatorial fight, like he said. Yeah. And he had his character go through, and I had him pitted against, it was like pairs on pairs because it was a tournament, right?
Pairs.
It was
pairs.
Yes,
pairs as in like multiple people.
Yes, sorry, not like the fruit.
I thought you meant pairs as in the fruit, and I'm like, okay, that's a cool.
Yeah, they were against pairs,
dude. They were against cucumbers,
right?
Up in the next round.
And so he gets to the final guy. And the final guy is like pretty good, and I'm just like, all right, here we go, and he's like, hey, can I ready my action? And I was like, yeah, I guess. And it's like, what's your trigger? He's like, well, when the bell rings, I want to just hit the guy immediately, surprise attack him. I was like, you know what? Okay, we'll see how that goes.
I mean, that's fair because it's kind of what you do.
Right, exactly. But he specifically told me that he wanted that, and I was like, okay, so instead of just doing initiative and stuff, you get to go first, and then we'll do the initiative. Okay, fine. You get a bit of an extra lead. He's a little hard. Here we go. He hits him and gets him down in one shot.
Nice. It's that fucking UFC fight where he gets knocked out in like 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Or some shit.
Absolutely. And I was just like, well, you won. And everybody, like the announcers even were like, whoa.
Yeah.
Just like, shit.
So you do know how it feels.
No, I didn't give a shit. Good. And I still don't give a shit. It was great. I loved it. Question is it a Christmas session? Oh, for the John McClanes, right?
Yeah.
When VeggieTales attacks. Nice. All right.
I mean, hell, I would send you to a fucking like magical garden where you're fighting giant vegetables.
Oh yeah,
it's like Banjo fucking Kazooie.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Backwards to try and provide a fun game and run challenging and interesting combat, only to have their players angry at them or mean to them for basically doing their job. DMs are so worried about doing a good job.
Yes, we
One
are.
thing I heard over and over is that DMs feel insecure and anxious. Many DMs feel nervous before every single session, even if they've been DMing for a long time. And there was a lot of talk of the sort of DMing hangover that can come afterwards, where they rehash the session in their mind, thinking about everything that they did wrong. It sounds like a ton of DMs are scared that their players aren't having fun. The biggest thing that you as a player can do to combat this is to give your DM feedback.
Yes.
If you had fun, tell them that you
have Okay. Not even like John, and I'm gonna let her finish the point. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Please, we ask for feedback every time. Oh my god, each of us has done it, and when you go, and we've talked about it on the show. It was fine. Like, it was good, right? Like, you don't say anything. You just say, I had a good time. I'm like, okay, cool, but I'm sure there was something. Please. Oh, my God.
No, it's fine. And then we're like, tell me.
What specific? Like, even at that point, it's like, what specifically did you like, right? Like, anything. Give us any feedback, please.
Yes. Yes. And I am honestly super lucky that you guys are honest with me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I am so lucky that you guys are honest with me, and I'm like, hey, did you like that? Did you
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we will give you specific answers too.
Yes, exactly. So it is so helpful because then I'm like, okay, they didn't like that. Let's not do that again.
Absolutely. Rogan's in chat. Hey, what up?
Hello.
Nah, I'm a perfect DM. Never nervous. Not once. Nope.
Yep. That's also me. I never go like, oh, what's this guy's name? Oh.
Yeah, right. And then immediately go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, oh, bad DM, That's a joke I make about every single session.
Oh, absolutely.
Whenever I'm like, oh, I don't know this. Bad DM.
Yeah, exactly. And we go along with it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry. Finish your point, Ginny. I'm so sorry. It just needed to go, you're right.
It sounds like a ton of DMs are scared that their players aren't having fun. The biggest thing that you as a player can do to combat this is to give your DM feedback. If you had fun, tell them that you had fun, and tell them exactly what you enjoyed so much.
Thank you.
Be enthusiastic about sessions, engaged in the game, and please, for the love of God, participate in scheduling and show up for sessions. Your DM works so hard to put this game on for you, so make sure that they know that you appreciate it. DM.
Oh my god, yes. Okay. Even that little bit at the end of like show up for sessions and stuff. Even if you can't show up for a session, please let them know.
Yes.
Please say something. Like, you have to say something in advance. And if it's last minute, say something at last minute. It sucks, but you have to let them know. Secondly, we're giving you our time, right?
Yes.
Time is such a valuable resource. Like, you can't get it back. You just can't. There's no way to. Unfortunately, time travel doesn't exist, except only forward, second by second, right? Yep. It sucks. Oh god, I hate it. Anyway, so, but legitimately, it's just disrespectful to not respect. Wow, brain. Hello, yes. If you don't respect that they are giving you their time, like, what are you doing, right? You have to respect that because they're giving you your time, you're giving them your time. your players, the other players in the group are giving you their time. Like everybody's invested here, and we need to understand that.
At least hopefully everybody is.
Well, that's everybody showed up, right? Like that's all.
Yeah.
Like that enough deserves some respect. I think it helps when with a group of people you mesh well with. If you've got a style that works for someone but not others, you put more value on the people who enjoy the games you run. So, okay, I think I get what you're saying. Okay, you have a qualifying later. Fun is different for every person, agreed. What's fun for one person may be boring to another. I agree.
Yes.
I mean, I always say running a game is like a relationship. You won't mesh with everyone, and when it does, you do what you can to make it work and take feedback from people you value. Okay, agreed. So, yeah, and that applies to everyone at the table, right? Like,
yeah.
It's one of those things where as long as everybody's having fun that isn't ruining anybody else's fun, right? We've said that before.
As long as your fun isn't murder hoboing.
Well, even if your fun is murder hoboing, make it so that you can, do that in a way that doesn't like screw everybody.
Yeah, well, sorry,
Right?
what I mean is as long as, like, if 3 people like the story and 1 person has fun fucking it up by murder hoboing, don't do that.
Right. This is why Session 0 can make such a difference, especially if you've never played together before. Absolutely.
Yes.
Session 0 is where you set those, the everything. You set it all up. It's like, hey, man, this is how we're going to play it. How is everybody's character? Are you going to mesh well together? Do we need to do some changes? Like, you make those expectations. You set those expectations so that you can make.
And I mean, hell, they're still vital even for groups who have been together for a long time.
Absolutely. Yes. You could always have a Session 0.
Yes.
Do way prep than you will ever see.
Yep.
Your DM doesn't know what you're gonna do or where you're gonna go in any given session. So if they prep 3 towns and you only visit 1, that doesn't change the hours of work that went into those 2 towns that you might never see.
True.
You might only be thinking about D&D while you're playing it, but DMs don't have that luxury. Many of them work all week on lore and NPCs and maps and terrain and.
Now I will say I do have a point of contention where this is true of a lot, yes, but also some people just go by the seat of their pants.
Yeah,
they just go for it, right?
It's true.
So yes, this is the case, and I think like expecting that people are doing a lot of work is not unfair. I feel like that's fine to do, but ultimately it won't hurt anything if you're expecting that. But if your DM isn't doing that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right? Like, as long as they're running the game fine and everything's working out, then that's fine. But if they're obviously, if they're not prepping enough to like actually run a session and like it takes 3 hours to have a conversation or something, or like something ridiculous, like then not so great. But that's the point where you talk to your DM. As long as each person understands what their own fun is and can communicate it, then it's easier for the GM to plan and manage their campaigns better. But most people don't know their own fun. Okay, wait a minute.
I can understand that because there are plenty of people who just don't really know what they want out of many different things, really. Because like a lot of times, basically, I feel like I am able to run a I feel like I am able to run a good campaign because as a player, I know what things I tend to like. Now, obviously, that only really works in our group because I know what all of you guys like as well.
That's true.
Because, like, I like mechs. Aiden likes mechs.
True.
Alejo, you like conversations and you like, interpersonal stuff. Brogan likes, who the fuck knows what he likes. But because I have been a player who's played with all of you, and like Brogan's GM'd me, you've GM'd me, Aiden hasn't. And I've played with all you guys. I know what you like, and I know what I like. And so, for example, like for Call of Cthulhu, because I'm writing Call of Cthulhu campaign. I say it every fucking time. I am a fan of Call of Cthulhu. And so, because of that, like, okay, let me put it to you this way. when I read Lovecraft, I usually love it. There are some that are some of them are
that's fair. Yeah, absolutely.
But the ones that I really love tend to have similar things in them.
Sure.
That sense of strange alien dread and finding information that will destroy your mind by even knowing it. You know, two examples that come to mind are The Thing on the Doorstep,
right,
which is fucking amazing, and At the Mountains of Madness, which is also fucking amazing.
One of my favorites.
Thing on the Doorstep is really, really good because it has both of those things. Because I know what I like in Lovecraftian horror and what other people like in Lovecraftian horror, I feel like I'm able to write better. And I feel very, very, very confident in the campaign that I am writing, which is honestly kind of rare for me. I feel confident in the campaign because I know what I want. I know what I like about it, and thankfully, most people like Lovecraft for the same reasons. You know, you like Doom because you like blowing up, killing demons.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you like being, you like being a supreme badass, the Doom Slayer. You know, so it would be relatively easy to write a Doom campaign. You write scenarios where you get to fuck the shit out of demons with guns. And you get to be a stoic, stone-faced badass who kills demons a lot. He kills demons and doesn't afraid of anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and so... Where the fuck was I going with this?
I don't know.
What was the original point?
People not knowing their own fun.
Yes. So, if you know what you like, it's easy to... I don't even know what I'm trying to say anymore.
That's fine.
I lost my fucking train of thought, man.
So here's the thing.
I still feel like that's a good point to make, though.
Right. I understand what you're saying, and okay, so just it's
fuck off, broken.
Here's my contention, right? I agree that some people have issues figuring out what's the most fun for them. Sure, that's fine. I don't know about it's a weird way to phrase it. Most people don't know their own fun. Like, they understand what their fun is. They understand how they have fun.
Yes.
It's just like, I feel like it's one of those things where it doesn't sound right to me, right? Like, it just doesn't sound right to say most people don't know their own fun. I don't know. It's just weird, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, Indigo. Ask most role players why they play RPGs. Normal response is to have fun, which doesn't help me at all as a GM to know them better.
Okay. Okay, so then at that point you then ask more probing questions, right? Because just because they say that, yes, but you then take the initiative to go, okay, but what about it is fun to you?
Yeah.
Right?
And then, but the problem is then, like, what if they've already given the answer to have fun, sometimes they might not know exactly.
Yeah, I guess. It's one of those things where, are you asking about a system that they've played already, or are you asking about a system that they've never played? Right?
Yeah.
Like, or are they brand new? I don't know. It's
I guess strange. the thing that when you say that, it makes me think, why do you like this car? I don't know, it just looks good. But what about it looks good? It's like, I'm not really sure. It's kind of hard to quantify and like tie an entire car together. Like, I like the way the windshield wipers look on the windshield because they look like blah 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 blah. It's kind of difficult.
Well, so that's already getting into specifics. You're already giving me reasons, right?
It's true.
So I don't think that, like, unless you get specifically people going, I don't know, I just like them, right? Like, it's very hard for you to not give me a reason, right? Because, like, you ask me, why do you play TTRPGs? I go, to have fun, right? Then you go, well, what does that mean? And I go, Well, I very much enjoy playing a character and having conversation, kind of having that intrigue there where you can influence people in certain ways, or really being able to go into combat and so I can start giving you reasons afterwards because I then have to think about it, right? I don't know. It's just maybe it's just me. It might just be a me thing. I don't know.
I mean, there are definitely people who have trouble expressing themselves.
Absolutely. And I'm not saying
with a new player who's just now learning the ropes, that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. For a new player, yes, but when we say most role players,
that's true.
Then I'm like, I think at that point, if they've played a bit, they might know. I don't know.
Yeah. You would certainly hope so.
Yeah, you would think. Even as a seat of his pants improv DM, I still prepare at least 2 or 3 hours before each session, make sure plot points connect and make sense in the... Sure, yeah. That's fair. It's not like a week, and I'm not saying it's not as valid. Absolutely, doing whatever prep you need to make your shit work is good, right?
Yeah.
Some people probably do it literally just because they remember everything and they just go from it, right? I'm sure they exist.
I mean, hell, I'm kind of that guy because when we play Devils and Dice, basically all I do is I open up all the folders that I have, I check my notes, and then I just remember where you guys are. I know where you're going, but I don't know how you're going to get there.
I understand that. I'm saying quite literally they just go, right? They don't even need it, right?
Yeah.
Indigo's got a point. A lot of people are gonna knowing what they don't like, but bad at knowing what they do. And even if they do, people will get bored of the same thing over. Yes. That's
possible.
True.
It is possible.
It's true they can.
Yes.
I'm not because will is a strong word in that case. It's good to figure out things that they don't know they'd like. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you want to find out new shit that you like. That's just how it works.
So,
shit out of the demons phrasing.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, what if they're succubi? It could be. Anyway,
yeah, that's true.
So, one of the things, because this was all about prep and stuff. Something that you might not actually know is that before we started Devils and Dice, I had to actually take a couple weeks to finish some stuff about my material world before we could start playing Devils and Dice. Don't know if you knew that. I had been working on a continent, which I believe I've actually already posted in the Discord, but I can go ahead and post it again sometime. My continent of Falroar, which is where my material world is. That's just the continent that we will play on. I had to come up with the entirety. You know what? Hell, I'm going to go ahead and put it in the thing. Can you link it in the Discord or something, or no? Or where should I put it?
I don't know. Put it
because I would love to be able to show it so that people can maybe get a sense of it.
Right. If you put it here, I can literally just put it on the screen.
Oh, that'd be perfect. Okay.
Put it in our.
Yeah. Okay.
Set that.
Yeah. So there's no spoilers in this image. None at all. So that is the continent that I made. That took me, I want to say, maybe 3 full weeks of writing and designing and coming up with backstory for each individual town. Not every single area, for example, the Stalrus Wood on near the Western Mountains. I don't have anything for that at the moment, or the Westwood Stretch. But Vintime, the Alabaster Expanse, Highcliff Harbor, Bearwatch, Barge Bridge, Crown Town, Automatown, Rumbleport, Glitter Halls, Prairieburg, Sea Spray Docks, Falrora, Fargrove, Dew Rest, Shinegrove, the Grand Forest, the Wild Plains, the Thundering Steppe, the Blinding Dunes, the Abba Asa Gardens, the Big Bear Backwoods, the Prismatic Wilds. All of that has shit written about it.
Yeah, sure.
All of it.
Absolutely.
And I couldn't start Devils and Dice until this was finished.
That's true.
Because what if they chose to go here? I needed to have shit there.
Sure, yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely.
90% of the Devils and Dice campaign is set in hell, but I needed to have this.
Yeah, but we always have the option that we could go there. Yeah, I know. I feel
exactly. And not only that, I personally deliberately mapped out each city. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different city maps that I personally made. Hell, here's another one. Let me go ahead and put this in here too, because I know that we did this one in the campaign. This is Shine Grove.
Oh yeah, I remember.
This is in the Grand Forest.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and look at that. So Shine Grove is a city of like, more like a town where there's like elves and other fey creatures there. There's elves, there's half elves, humans, like there's magical shit. There's like stuff from the Feywild there. So every single tree, all the clouds, those birds, every single thing in there, I had to personally drag and drop and put it there. I built this from the ground up. So yeah, there's a lot of prep that goes on. Even if it's something that you will never see, it probably exists. If they ever give you a map, there's a good chance they have some tiny little thing there.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying like this isn't.
Yeah. And I know. I'm not saying
it is incarnate. Yes.
Yeah, that is incarnate. And I'm not saying that you were saying that. It's just the example that even if, like, be aware that your DM has put a lot of work.
Yeah, probably. Absolutely. There's always
most likely.
Yeah, I would say so. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, the Crown Town. Let me guess. Do you think that that's the capital city because it's called Crown Town?
Oh.
Okay, that's good, because it's not. The reason why it's called Crown Town is because it's set up on a mesa, and they built spiked wood walls up there. So from a distance, it looks like a crown.
Oh, there you go.
That's why it's called Crown Town.
Yeah, I thought like Falrora City. Falrora, yeah.
Falrora City, that's the capital.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
like, when you name a town Crown Town,
right? It gives you that impression.
Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my ultimate point here is even if you find out that your DM doesn't do a lot of prep, that's not bad. As long as it's fine.
Yes, it's not.
As long as it's like you're having fun and out. Oh
man, I forgot it was called Cloud Touch Valley. I love that place. There's a reason why it's called Cloud Touch Valley too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Fucking hell. I'm sorry.
You're good. As much as the WoW guy who was like, you think you want it, but you don't, was wrong in that specific instance. Not generally wrong. Generally wrong. People can often be fickle and not be sure what they want. Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Very true.
That is true. It's just one of those things where you basically do stuff until something awakens in you.
Yeah. Also phrasing.
Yep. Anyway.
Oh, and hey, that's the one that I can't see. With the phrasing, I can't see that one. That's in your secret chat.
What the fuck? Weird. Is YouTube live, like, making censorship of you? That's so weird. I don't know what that is. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, so hang on. The messages that I couldn't see before also, like, the person said I feel like a twat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. YouTube's weird. Okay.
Yeah, weird.
Let's continue. Oh boy, I hope this demon fucking doesn't awaken anything in me.
Yeah, see, I can't see that.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Wait a minute. Can I
that's so weird.
Top chat?
It might be just a setting in actual YouTube that's like, hey.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so I had top chat, not live chat. The hell? Some messages, such as potential spam, may not be visible. Live chat, all messages are visible. What the hell? That's weird.
Okay, so apparently the chat for the stream itself is not live chat, which I would think it is, but I'll fix that next time if I can.
It's all right. Now I know the issue.
Yeah. It's very strange. Okay, so let's continue.
Yes.
Encounters, hours and hours to making sure that they are prepared to give you a fun and exciting session. This doesn't mean that you should feel restricted by whatever you think your DM prepared or wants you to do, but before you skip over a whole city or encounter, or express frustration at something that your DM didn't do, just be aware of how much work they're putting in behind the scenes and have a little understanding. By the way, this video is sponsored by Ghostfire Gaming and
okay. Good for Grim Hollow. If we
Good
were
for her.
sponsored, we would say something. But we aren't. So go check it out and go check out the video if you want to see her sponsorship. Anyway.
And of course, they're fellow humans. If you love dark fantasy and you like the idea
Right. Okay, I thought you were done.
few remaining warriors fighting to save, I'm more excited about the
Oh my
mechanics
God.
for transformations
No, it's
where
just because I
players can
can't
become or have
Oh my god. Okay, I thought this. Okay, sorry.
How far does this go?
I don't know.
Ginny!
It's probably like a minute or
Ah!
something. Glad you got it. Really am. It's not part of the show.
But we
Sorry.
don't give a
Hollow
shit.
either in PDF or hardcover form at the
Read!
link in the description,
Nah,
as well
at
as
this
a
point,
ton
it's
of
just
cool
letting it play.
accessories like
Fucking
spell
whatever.
and ability cards,
Yeah, right?
a gorgeous Grim Hollow DM screen, and even a set of 50 real
Whatever,
metal coins
yeah.
of Itharis. Check out the description for the link.
There you go.
DMing is
Okay.
incredibly draining. It can
Oh,
be
God.
exhausting to
Yeah.
be on for an entire 3 or 4 or 5
Spaceballs
hours.
the comic book!
Your DM is managing information, both the stuff they convey to you and the stuff they have to be aware of behind the scenes. They're performing as different NPCs, they're answering your questions, they're strategizing, sometimes as multiple combatants, doing math, keeping track of status conditions. This might mean that your DM needs a break mid-session, or is really wiped out afterwards and needs to be alone, or it might mean that they need a week off every once in a while. Maybe it just means that they would appreciate your understanding or your help if they ever lose track of something or have to look something up. Just remember that during a session, they are keeping a lot of balls in the air. DMs want to
True.
Phrasing. Again.
God damn it.
This is the phrasing podcast.
Oh my god. So yes, absolutely. Like I know I've been fucking drained.
Oh, yeah.
To such a degree that I couldn't fucking do DMing.
Yeah, and depending on the voices that they do, your DM might have a hard time continuing with voices.
Mhm. Absolutely.
So yeah, that's a definite thing.
Yeah,
There have been times when I've been basically rendered speechless by my own voice work.
Yeah, it's true.
Just that good.
It's just that good.
Because it fucking destroys my throat.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Which we're always just like, dude, don't do it. Don't destroy your throat.
But I'm like, no, I can't. I can't not.
But yeah, it's a lot of stuff and it can be draining, but that shouldn't also dissuade you from trying it out as well.
Yes, because it is still immensely rewarding.
Oh, it's super fun. All the
It's
like
so
we,
fun.
we talk about the anxiety and shit, but like legitimately when you have that session, that perfect session of like, holy shit, we did this today. Like,
Yeah.
man, that was so fun. Like, it is so good.
Like, there was a certain point where a certain character got kidnapped and a certain character was revealed to be a thing, and then everybody lost their shit. I was fucking squeeing internally.
Oh, yeah. Spaceballs too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's the kind of thing where you're like, when you get that moment, you're like, oh my god, my players, like, you hear about D&D war stories all the time.
Right.
You hear about like green texts and stuff.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a green text, maybe. The search for more money. Yes. I love Spaceballs, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway.
have fun too. It can be easy to lose sight of this because by nature, tabletop games are super involved and a lot of people take them very seriously, but in the end, it is a game and all of you are playing, DM included. That means that your DM wants to have fun too. They want to land some nasty hits in combat, they want to roll a natural 20 sometimes or successfully stun or paralyze somebody. They want to have interesting conversations with players as NPCs. Just like you wouldn't want to take these things away from your fellow players, try not to take them away from your DM. They have just as much right to have fun playing the game as anybody else.
There's your thing, boo. Don't shoot the game in the head immediately.
Wait, what?
It's literally like it kind of goes with that. Hey.
Yeah, like, I'm always scared to crit people because I'm like, I don't want to kill you.
I mean, obviously, yeah. It's just one of those things where
yeah, right. Yeah, you have no idea what the fuck what we're talking about with that, do you, you big bastard? It was you.
It was him. It was.
But don't worry, since he's been reincarnated, he'll get his revenge.
He'll get his comeuppance.
You will. You are the weakest.
But yeah. So it is true that that's the whole idea is for everybody to have fun. It's literally like was said. It's a game. Everybody wants to have their part. It's a good time.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with everybody having a bit of fun.
Yes.
I've literally quit games players have been enjoying purely because I wasn't enjoying it as much. Again, it's just a case of a bad match between what you want and what. Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
it's unfortunate, but that does happen.
Yeah, if you can recognize that you're not like gonna jive with the group, then leave the group. I mean, it's literally, and you can go like, it's not you. It's literally not because of you. It's just that I don't like.
I just don't speak jive.
Right. Jesus,
you're the one that said jive.
I know. But it quite literally, it could be because of them too. I don't know. But yeah, again, it depends on the situation.
Yeah, there have been times, I think we've actually covered videos where it's like, sometimes you just, they're just, oh, no, we actually didn't talk about it. It's a Seth Skrzykowski video, where, like, sometimes players just don't mesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, you don't even dislike the people.
No.
It's just something doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be, and honestly, it might be just like your character that you're playing or something.
Yeah.
Like you got to figure it out, and if it takes you a bit to do so, then that's fine.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but
yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants to lose a player, right?
Yeah.
Like unless they're assholes and go, I hate that guy. Right? Yeah. Like for real. Like not the joking way that I said it. They're like, I fucking hate that guy. Yeah. It's not you, it's me. Yeah, sometimes that's the case, right? Like you say that, and it's just like, I mean, it might sound cliched. It might be fucking somebody will go, "Why are you breaking up with me? Like, what the fuck?"
Yeah, phrasing.
But like, also, it's literally something that's true at times. So.
DMs love when you roleplay amongst yourselves.
Yes.
Your DM is leading the group in telling a story together, not telling a story to you. If you just sit back and expect your DM to play the game at you for 4 hours, that's a lot to ask of them. Plenty of DMs express that they love when their players spend some time having conversations amongst themselves. When players settle in for a long lore discussion or to play drunken truth or dare together, that can give the DM a much needed break to rest their voice and their brain for a minute. Plus, it can give your DM great insight into what both you and your characters are thinking, what you're interested in, and what you're planning. DMs are working.
Okay, 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Like when I talked about my intrigue campaign that I did for a while. And every time I will go, they would talk. They would just talk together because they had the chemistry and they had the characters that also had the chemistry, right? And they wanted to talk. And like I would sit there and I would just listen. And I would go, this is fucking
yeah, right? It's what? Role-playing is fucking awesome?
In my role-playing game?
Yeah,
what the fuck is this?
Nobody does this shit no more.
No, it makes me realize that they are invested with their characters. They understand, like they are trying to understand each other's characters. Like they are doing the thing. They are doing the thing of like trying to become a unit in a way, you know?
Yes.
Oh man, it's so good.
That's one of the reasons CR does so well. Like 40% of the game is the characters who are professional actors improving with one another.
Absolutely, yeah. It is like I haven't watched Critical Role for a long while now, just because I kind of fell out of it. But if I do again, I know that I'm in for a good time because every fucking time those characters are talking to each other, and I get to listen to them. And fucking Matt Mercer doesn't have to talk. I love it when he talks. I don't want him to not talk, but I will say that sometimes the character conversation is just between the party members is just way more interesting sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
How the hell am I going to paint these tiny little rats? Jesus.
Very carefully.
Yeah, right? I got Vermintide. It's like a ton of little rats.
Oh, yeah. Indigo says this lady has a lot of good points. I agree. This is great. I'm having a great time watching this video. Got bored of CR? Perfectly fair. Absolutely. Yeah, it happens. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's not every 100 days. It's 2 years, wasn't it?
It was 100 years.
It was 100 years?
I don't know. Oh, man.
It was something really fucking ridiculous.
It was so dumb.
Yeah.
You have
so
like
stupid it haunts us to this day.
6 stories in every 100 years or something it was. Like, so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
But that's this is the other thing, right? when you like she said, when you have your characters, and I feel like this should be stated that they should you should if you're having that scene, right? You should also be able to go, "Hey guys, if the DM is like trying to move it along a bit, you should be like, okay, well, but can I at least finish this one point, right? Like try to promote that this is a good thing, as well. Like this is more for a DM. Try to promote it's a good thing of like getting people to talk and then just going, I very much enjoyed that afterward of like when you guys talked, right? Because it was great. I loved hearing you guys actually talk in character. Like it makes me feel good. It makes the game more interesting. Like it makes me understand you guys. Yeah, it's great. One of my favorite things to do with players is to get them to do conversations while they're transitioning from one place to another. Like if they're on a boat or a wagon, they just chat to pass the time. Absolutely. Give XP for their conversations. So,
I don't know about that.
I've said it before. You give them an incentive, but you don't. XP can it so it then. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to unscramble my brain. So it can be good. It can be good for newer players, I think, more so than anything. But having the XP be something, because they're gonna then expect it, right?
Yeah,
which is it can be a little bad.
It can wind up becoming like an inspiration thing.
Yes, where they only do something because they want inspiration, right? Like, and I don't agree that's because like inspiration. Again, I don't like inspiration.
Yeah. I can understand the appeal of inspiration, but I probably won't ever use it.
Yeah,
just because
it's the same thing for me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, something that I think I might have talked about it on a show before, on an episode before, but for what you're saying, Kill Chrono, one of my friends in the Wednesday group has this thing that he coins as campfire stories, right? Where he will say, when everybody's around the campfire at the end of the day, basically, they just have some time to talk, right? You tell whatever kind of story you want in the sense of like what you did today, or maybe some part of your backstory, or like it can literally be anything. That way you get the characters to get more familiar with each other and actually like interact and talk more, right?
Yeah.
And then you just do that every time, and then sometimes people might not have something to say, or sometimes they will, and it's just a fun little way to kind of incentivize it a little, because it's like, hey, tonight is going to be a campfire story, and then you get to hear more about somebody's day or something else, or you get to share information or something. It's to help normalize that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
make it a bit more commonplace.
Yeah. Talk more.
We want you to talk.
That's what I want. That's what I want my players to know. Talk more. I like it when you talk.
Unless you're a Warforged, then you don't really have to.
No. You still talk.
I know.
You talk even more, Warforged. I always describe it like those moments in every BioWare RPG where the party members just start talking to each other. It doesn't add anything mechanically, but it builds character. Absolutely. Mass Effect. Oh my god.
Now that I think about it,
they should talk at the table. I agree.
That's actually Tales games, skits.
There's also another thing. Yep.
Where they just start talking, and it's sometimes it has to do with the plot, not always.
Actually, a game that I was playing with Brogan actually recently. We were playing Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Nice.
Very, very fun game. Every now and again, you go to a point, and there's just a button to press, and the characters just have a conversation.
Yeah. Yep.
They just talk about whatever they're next to, like if it's a ramen shop or like that, Brogan. Like quite literally, it is just they talk, and then you get to learn more about their interaction, and like it's great. It's fucking great to have that sort of party dynamic, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so number 8.
Working so to make sure you have fun. Whether it's creating interesting NPCs, or designing a challenging and exciting combat encounter, or laying out the breadcrumbs for a fun mystery, DMs told me that they are working their asses off to make sure that players have a good time. It is their absolute top priority. That's why it can be so painful to look up and see players distracted, or checking their phones, or just visibly disinterested. Your DM might not always hit the mark. Nobody's perfect, and maybe sometimes a session just won't quite land for everyone, and that's fine. But DMs in my thread wanted to make sure that their players knew that even when they don't succeed, they're trying their very best to run an enjoyable game. DMs need—
Agreed.
Yeah, because I think one of the things that I know that it's not really the case for us, but if I was running a game with people that I don't know, my thought is, if I don't run a fun game, I'm not going to have a game to run.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's
makes
fair.
Total sense.
Because there's no point in trying. God damn, this fucking devourer's piece of shit. There's not much point in investing 4, 5, 6 hours into a campaign that you're not having fun with, because, well, you're here to have fun. And if you're not having fun, then why are you here?
Right, exactly. Right. It's just, and it makes, and like, if case, then yeah, or like, you know, we try to work it out, we try to talk about it and see what I can do to help you have more fun, right? Like, it's again, it is quite literally, like she said, I want you to have fun. God damn it.
Yes.
Have fun. Fucking
just fucking have fun. Jesus.
Just
I just want to have fun. I just want you to have fun. Jesus.
Players can also have written journal conversations as part of roleplay. That's what this was called blue booking back on the 80s and 90s before the internet. Yeah, absolutely. Like, oh man, like there's so many ways to do it. Absolutely. I fucking anything you do. I just want that character interaction. I want characters to talk. Absolutely. Yes. But yeah.
Need your help in a great game. No matter how hard your DM works, they can't make a game great by themselves. The fun of the session really relies on—
hold my fucking beer now.
Your DM can only do so much without your help. It's not fair to rely on your DM to provide a fantastic campaign all on their own. If you want to have a great game and tell a great story, DMs wanted to remind you that you have to be a part of that. It's a team effort, so make sure you're doing your part. DMs really want—
Okay. Actually, I have some things to say about this. Absolutely. So, if you're having fun, that's what matters, first off. But, sometimes when you're playing, it's hard to judge if you're having fun or not if you're not as interactive.
Yes.
What I mean by this is, if you're passive playing, in the sense of your character has this story and you've already given them the you know, what they're going to be doing in the game, and like you're more so sitting there and kind of listening to everything. It's one of those things where I want to check in and I want to go, are you having fun? Because like, I don't know, because you're not doing stuff, right? And I want to make sure that you're able to do stuff, right? And if it's like, yeah, I'm having fun, I'm listening to people talk and I like that a lot, you know, something like that, then I go, okay, cool, right? But I want to make sure that you have the opportunities, and if I'm not giving you the opportunities, I want you to let me know so that I can, right? No incredibly memorable RPG experience was defined by just a single player / GM. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's playing in the game together. It's everybody's game. That's how it is. Like, the other thing that I want to say is, if you want your character to be doing stuff, tell your DM what you want your character to do, right? Yeah, I know. But yeah, it's quite literally, like, they won't know otherwise, right? Like, you wanna have your character go and take over the kingdom. Like, tell your DM that's what your character's goal is, so that they can start sowing the seeds, right? I gave my current DM a 20-page document on my PC's home city when we visited it. Don't go that far, but that's the sort of thing I appreciate when I'm running a game. Absolutely, yeah. I like nice character backgrounds. Yes, really odd face to pause on. Yeah, no, well, it happens.
Yeah, and I took the fucking.
Yeah, we have a Boo got a screenshot. So don't worry.
Yeah.
That was, I think, when we originally,
in memory of Aiden.
right. When we originally covered Ginny, I think when I put out the tweet on our account, somebody said like, "Oh man, the only thing that's not so great is just the unflattering pausing moments," and I'm like, "This isn't that unflattering," but yeah, sure. That's always helped me to plan better campaigns. Yes, so character backgrounds are probably like the most important thing for you to create that story, right? Because
absolutely.
Otherwise, your DM won't know what the fuck they're gonna do, right?
Yeah. Now, one of the things that's important to note is sometimes your DM, like I personally, what I intend to do with my I intend to do this with my Call of Cthulhu campaign because it may or may not come up. Because of the way Call of Cthulhu is played, or not really is played, but the events that usually take place in a Call of Cthulhu campaign, lots of people die. Probably. Mm-hmm. They die or they go insane. I intend to say in the very beginning, you guys don't have to have an intricate character backstory if you don't want to. Obviously, most they'll probably all say, no, I want to have one. It's like, okay, perfectly fine. But I'm not gonna be like, okay, guys, we're gonna play a game. I need this much information on your character. I need a ton of information on your character. Please give me the most detailed shit that you can. Sometimes your DM might run a campaign where there's not much backstory required at all.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah.
And that can honestly be a little bit liberating sometimes. Where we're like, oh man, I can have this character who's like just like the character backstory is just like, I want to go and do this shit, or maybe I literally have no backstory and I'm just in this town that the other characters are in. Sweet. Sometimes that can be kind of liberating to not have to do that.
Yeah.
So I would definitely, if you're gonna like start a campaign like with a new group, or if you're running a campaign, I would definitely say that, yeah, Fight Man Fights in, exactly.
Oh yeah.
That's right. I would definitely say that like you don't have to have it. Or you could say, hey, let's have some detailed characters here.
Well,
either one.
As long as you, again, in your session 0,
set
out those expectations.
Exactly.
And then they go, okay, I can do them.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And then you help them.
Yeah.
Right? Like
exactly.
That's
as long as everybody's on the same page.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't drop that on them. It's like, hey, I know you guys wrote a 40-page document on your character, but I'm not going to be using any of it.
Right, yeah.
It
depends on the campaign and how relevant it is to the GM's plans. I used to do huge manifestos and then they'd never come up. Always check with the GM and see if they'll be important. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because sometimes it just might not be.
Yep.
You want to have a great game and tell a great story, DMs wanted to remind you that you have to be a part of that. It's a team effort, so make sure you're doing your part. DMs really want to play sometimes.
Yes.
So many of the people in my replies talked about the curse of being forever a DM, never a player. DMing can be rewarding and fun in its own ways, but it is undeniably so much harder. There's a responsibility that comes with DMing, and sometimes DMs want to be able to let go of that responsibility for a bit. Whether that means you're stepping up to run a whole campaign or just offering to run a one-shot, most DMs would be overjoyed at the opportunity to step out from behind the DM screen every once in a while. DMs, what do you think? Did you agree with this list?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I just wanted to stress again, totally, yes, that 10th point, absolutely. Like, you get restless, right? Like you have so many. We have so many characters that are just in our folders that we're just like,
man, I want to make this character, but I never get to play.
Yeah. So and then we get to that point and we're just like, can I play? I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want DM, right?
Yeah, right. I just want to kill things.
I just want to do the thing, please.
I want to kill you like a million times.
Right.
I want you to kill me a million times.
Yeah.
Anything that you might want to add? And players, what about you? I would love to hear all of your thoughts in the comments.
Really? That point seems whacked?
Whacked? Wait, what? Why?
Indigo Dragon. I don't know. That last point seems whacked to me.
What seems whacked about
really
your
wanting to play?
DM wanting to play, right? Because TLDR, be nice to your DM and don't stress them out. Shit's hard, man. Agreed. So right. So let's break it down, I guess, because it's not that deep of a point. It's just, hey, sometimes your DM gets to a point, and this can go into the getting exhaustion, basically. Sometimes they just want a bit to just refresh and like maybe play a character and have that different experience where they're like, hey man, I want to do the heroing and not set up the heroing, right?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you want to simplify DMs a lot, obviously it's not all this, but if a very simplified DM, a writer. You're a writer. Oh, that's me forgetting to use a sarcasm emoji. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I see.
All right. I was
I was about to say, it's like, huh? But
okay.
I mean, honestly, I wasn't even,
Again.
I was like very interested. Like, really?
Yeah, no, that was, it was an interesting point. Well, let's at least continue with the thought, right? If somebody were to think that, because Indigo doesn't think that, but still.
Yes. Shit, what was I just saying?
Fuck.
Oh, right. DMs are writers.
Yes, right. Yes.
DMs are writers at a very, 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 very base level. Obviously, there's way more to it, but you're a writer. And when you're a writer, you kind of come up with shit. You know, when you have those moments in the shower where we're like, fuck, I just thought of something really good.
Yeah.
You know, that's us. Like all the fucking time.
Absolutely.
Hell, you know what? My Call of Cthulhu campaign. I had writer's block for a very, very long time about one particular scenario. I'm like, fuck, I can't think of anything for this. 2 days ago, when I was driving home from work, I'm like, fuck, that's it. I got it. Yes. And like, I almost like pulled over because I was nearly in my, I was nearly home. I almost pulled over and be like, fuck, I gotta text myself this shit quick so I don't forget it. That happens from time to time.
Yeah,
where I'm just like,
absolutely.
fuck, that's it. So, as a result of that, you're going to come up with a lot of characters.
Yeah.
Because you like seeing the characters that your players come up with, hopefully.
Yeah.
And you also do the same thing. You make characters, and it's a ton of fucking fun, because making characters is a ton of fucking fun.
Yeah.
So, you're going to come up with these characters that you never get to play. Obviously, you could just inject them into the campaign and be like, hey, look at this cool NPC. But at the same time, when you make an NPC, that character concept is done, because once you use it, you're kind of locked into using it just then.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you.
Because if you try to use it in another campaign, you're going to be like, I'm just using the same idea from before. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And then, at least when I do that, I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice by just using the same character, unless I just don't care because of how much I love the character.
Right. Oh.
Wow.
Okay, I'm just looking at, like, I'm trying to look in, like, held for channel comments or any, and I'm gonna see what I can do. I can't do that. Okay, never mind. I don't know. Very strange.
What's going on?
I'm just trying to fix it so that you can see Kill Chronos in whatever chat you're in, like on the screen. So that it acts like live chat regardless, but it doesn't. So I don't know. Anyway, that's so weird. Yeah, good video. Fucking nice video.
Yes.
Good
fucking
video.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Really good.
Rogan, where are you? Are you in here still?
I'm sure he's still around.
I'm sure he still is. I haven't seen him comment in a while. Where are you?
I need you. I need you here. So yeah.
You're 4 alternate universes ahead of us.
Yeah, apparently. Jeez. Yeah, so yeah, that's Ginny's video, and fucking as we've said before, go check her out if you haven't yet, cuz like
she does good shit.
She does good shit from everything that I've seen.
I wonder if it's because she's relatively new.
Is compared to other people that we've covered? Maybe. I don't know.
Well, because like one of the videos that we did was that how she only recently, started playing D&D and stuff.
Right. That was quite literally the Dungeon Master. I don't know when that was put up though.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. Tells me about Parallel Universe boots up Mario 64.
Yeah.
Evening guys probably won't be on long, but I thought I'd check in. Steely, you're in perfect timing because I'm about to say stuff about you. Hey, it's the middle of the show.
He's about to air your shit out.
It's the middle of the show, and I said I would do this at the middle of the show. So, if you don't know, we have a Patreon. It's crazy, right?
Where is it? Where is this Patreon located?
I will show you, sir, on the screen in a moment once I actually click the button because I forgot to do
I
this.
won't be able to see that.
I will tell you, sir.
There we go.
Out loud, so that you can know. Oh my God! Sorry. No, there's even more news. Oh my God. Okay, sorry.
What? People attacked the Capitol? No, okay.
Jesus. Yikes. Okay. No. So, hello. Okay.
Yes.
Hi. We now have 2 active patrons. This is a new development. Did not see this before, but our Patreon can be found right here at patreon.com/TableTalkDND. Now, I have been informed, before we get into the shoutouts now, I have been informed that it is hard to find if you type in, and I will show you as well in this way. Let me just make a private window real quick. If you go to patreon.com, and you go and you click...
Stop.
If you click and find a creator and you don't put if you put TableTalk, right? TableTalk spaces. You don't find
Patreon.
Us. We're not there. We're not there if you put in TableTalk like that. Don't do that. What you gotta do is put in TableTalk all together, and then magically we're there.
Oh.
But this is the new announcement, of course. We have 2 patrons. One is Steely.
He's stealing the show.
He's stealing the show right now because he is one of our patrons, and we have quite literally, let me just make sure that this doesn't show information. Hold on. I need to make sure.
We're not trying to dox you.
I don't want to dox you. I don't want to dox you. Anything but that, please. Hold. I guess it doesn't show that. But yes, Steely was our first patron. He got here, and he was like, hey, I'm going to do it. And we were like, oh, fuck. That's awesome.
So he's going to be getting veteran privileges where if he ever, is injured, Alejo will be sure to send him any organs he might need.
Yeah, all of my organs are for you.
Yes. No. This heart boner's for you. God
this heart boner is for
I just got done listening to that a bunch yet.
It's so good. It's so good. But I'm trying to figure out if I can see. Okay, cool. I can do it like this in a way. Don't look at the money. It doesn't matter. Okay, so
don't look at the money. That's impossible.
They both have pledged because Slazer has also pledged to us. Holy shit. Oh my God, right? It's crazy. Both of them have pledged $5 to us. They both are now quite literally supporting us financially. And like, that's fucking amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
So the first thing that Patreon money is going to go to is going to be buying Alejo a Switch so that we can play Monster Hunter Rise and Digital Distractions.
No,
and you guys can fucking join us for hunts.
That would be cool. But no, it's going to go towards channel needs first, obviously, in the sense of...
That is a channel need, you piece of shit!
No, I know. It can definitely be a need later, but... Absolutely.
We've only got 2 months to raise it!
Oh my God, no. That's not going to happen. Okay. But, okay, so... You guys deserve it. It's a great stream. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's again, both of you, like, that you... we have said this before. Don't do it unless you have the capital, right?
Yes.
Don't feel obligated to. Please. It is quite literally, if you like the show, if you spend some time here, you think, hey, it's worth it. do it, right? Like, but if you are needing that money, please use it on yourself first. My God.
Yes, especially nowadays.
Especially nowadays. Especially. That's even, like, right now, fucking, the fact that you've given it to us right now is...
Yeah.
I can't say words, you know?
Hey, Brogan, when are you going to pay Patreon to us?
No. So... It sounds super exclusive. No, I mean, it's... So, the things you get are, at the moment, just you get to be in a special Patreon...
basically.
Patreon group on the Discord that we can talk to you in secretly. Once I've paid off my loan, hey!
Yeah!
Don't do it unless you... No, don't do it unless you want to, legitimately. So, yeah. Again, just, you get a shout. The people who... And I will say the tiers are $5, $10, $15. You pay more, you get a bigger shout. That's just how it works. You get a shout first, you get a shout later. That's how it be.
Man! We should call them sponsors!
Oh, that's pretty good. All right.
Fuck yeah!
We'll think about it. Oh, shit. Okay. Good
man,
idea,
those are so good. Those are both so good, Pizza Funk.
Good ideas. Good ideas. Which would be... Okay, so... We have
We're gonna have to have like table flippers.
Table flippers.
That's one vote for table flippers.
I mean, table flippers is good. I like table flippers. Mog Zero also likes table flippers. What up, dude? That was a great. Okay, we'll change it. You'll become a table flipper.
Okay.
Table flippers is great. You'll get tiers. Use them all. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Well, you'll be table flippers of varying ranks then.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, again. Brought to us now by both Slazer and Steely. Thank you so much.
Brought to us or brought to them?
Sorry, brought to you. We are brought to you now by them.
Tossers has connotations, yeah.
That's true. That is true.
It is true.
So yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And to everybody who watches and likes it and comments, you also are bringing it to us. So thank you as well. But these guys get special mention because that's how it works.
At least for now. In the future, they might get other stuff.
Right, exactly. We're
because we are actually working on shit.
Yes,
that can be a thing.
Yes, absolutely. The other, I was gonna say Electric Counts so you can summon us, but I think this works great. Oh, Electric Counts is also really good because I really like that, dude. Okay, have you played as Empire in Total War 2? Yeah.
No, but I have seen like the interface for the Empire.
But have you also heard I just love the voice line as well. It's just summon the Electric Counts. Oh man, it's so good.
Who calls? The nation calls.
So yes, that's the first announcement. So thank you again. We'll shout you out again at the end of the video stream and everything, and we'll also shout you out. I will make sure to have us shout you out during Devils and Dice in the sense of we'll record it and put it in at the beginning and the end. Or not beginning, sorry, middle and the end. So that being said, as well, another announcement also has to do with money. Sorry. Gonna be big shills today. But we have moved our merchandise, because we have a merch store, or had a merch store, on Redbubble, but we have moved it over to TeePublic. TeePublic is just a bit easier to work with, at least I found, and they have more reasonable stuff. Because, like, there's a comforter on, there was some meme stuff, and I really wanted the coasters, I'll be honest, I really wanted the coasters, but I think that this is more interesting to put stuff on, because it feels better, and also there's some stuff about Redbubble that people have been saying and been looking into, and I'm not going to say anything, but allegedly there's some stuff there that shouldn't be there, so, anyway, if you go to teepublic.com, you can search us up. Hopefully we're in the algorithm. I haven't done it myself yet, but you can find our store. Right now we only have the logo, but you can get yourself a shirt, you can get yourself a mug, you can get yourself a sticker, mask, fucking hoodies.
Shit, we have a mask?
Yeah, we have like COVID masks.
Oh.
Yeah, get yourself and represent if you want. Remember, if you have the money and if you want to, go for it.
So
It's always nice to have coasters so that I can forget to use them, but I'm down for TPub. Like, dude, I love coasters. Coasters are my favorite thing.
So does that mean we should have a mask that has like the mouth of like Boris and Mez and
right? Like that's the thing, right? Maybe later on we can like that's part of.
I got it. I know what we need.
Okay.
We need to have a hoodie. Okay. A hoodie that the hood is Mocha's middle head.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
On the shoulder, there's like plushies of the other two heads.
Jesus, that's a tall order. I don't think we can do that through TeePublic. But maybe someday in the future we'll figure it out. But yes, again, don't feel obligated to unless you want to. There is a link in the description, and there will be links I will have to retroactively put into other things if you want to get some of our merch. And if you do so, hey, tweet a picture at us or send it on our Discord, and we'll see it and we'll go, hey, cool. So yeah.
And we'll go about our day.
And we'll go about our day and go, thank you so fucking much. And we'll think about it, and I'll at least think about it forever. But yes. So thank you for your money. Really appreciate it. That's basically what it boils down to.
I know, it just sounds funny.
I know, like I'll say it bluntly, and also like you support the show and you're making it possible. Like it's great. It's fucking so sweet. Anyway. Oh, and for full transparency, all money is split 3 ways. Like it is split to all of us. So, you are supporting each of us individually. Pretty cool. Anyway, so now that shilling is out of the way, let's move on to the second video. How about it? How about it, everybody? Having a good time? I hope you are. So, as was said in the title, we are also covering a nice little illusion.
So you've got your fantastic...
Oh god, stop, wait. We could get to cover a nice little illusion video. A good illusion. In fact. This is How to Be a Great GM. Classic, a favorite of the channel.
Yes.
In many respect.
Yes.
He has some good takes. He has some strange takes. But ultimately, we love him. So, this is the best way to create the illusion of a living world. Top GM tips. Which, fucking sweet, dude. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's always good to have a world that feels lived in. Right? Because you don't want your world to be static. Not everything is going to only be happening with the players, right? There are moving parts to the world. And I'm very excited to see what he says to help. See if we can add anything. So, here we go.
So you've got your fantastic campaign running along, you've got your NPCs, you've got your players invested in the story, that's all good and well, but how do you make your world feel as if it's continuing on in the background? How do you make it feel as if your world is a living space rather than just a location that comes to life when the PCs walk in and then dies when the PCs leave? How do you do it? Well, this is how I do it.
I will say that now that we're covering more recent stuff, I very much like that he's now saying, how do you do it? Well, this is how I do it.
Yes.
Right? Because that is the implication that this is how I do it. It might not work for you. But this is how I do it, so maybe inspiration for you.
Yes.
Hello and welcome to this week's video. Welcome to this week's video. Nice. This is a channel that is run by a crazy man, me actually, and my name is Guy, and we're going to be talking about how to make it feel as if your world is continuing to progress and change in the background whilst your players are doing whatever it is that their PCs are doing. How do you do it? Well, from my perspective, it boils down to not trying to keep track of every kingdom and every villain in your entire world or universe. It comes down to making it feel like that's working and that those things are happening. And you can do that by planning ahead, by just answering a few questions. So these are the questions that or not even questions, these are the things that I then jot down before a campaign starts, Or even whilst the campaign is going, I might say, oh, that's something that I didn't think about. Let me add that to the list. And then what I do at the end of each adventure is I then trigger one of these things. And so this is what I do. So step number 1 is I plan out a series of events that are going to cause increased tension in the world space or in the continental space, because who cares what's happening on the other side of the planet? Well, you might want to go that big, so that's fine, but we're talking about how to make it work for your players. Unless there's going to be major repercussions of a volcano happening on the other side of the world, your players are not going to know about it. It could be something useful for you to track. However you want to do it, whether it's on a global scale or a galactic scale, it doesn't really matter, because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be plotting out the following things. You're going to plan out at least 2 revolutions, not of the planet around the sun, 2 revolutions where peasants revolt against the ruling monarchy.
Oh.
Now,
Okay.
Huh.
What?
So why
okay.
specifically are we planning this?
Okay. So, I know what he's doing here. He's basically outlining just a series of events, and
right.
I mean, he basically said it himself. But okay.
So here's my thing, right? When I want something to happen, I want it to make sense. Right?
Yeah.
If I plan this stuff out, then I feel like since these are major events, I feel like these are going to be plot points of the campaign, and so if they don't fit in with my current campaign, like
it ain't gonna happen.
I'm not gonna use them, right? So like if we're in a world where there's no feudal system, right? Okay, there will be some sort of government, so a revolution could happen at any, I guess. But what if things are very stable? Right?
Yeah, what if there's no impetus for this revolution?
Right. What if the only real threat is like they don't have underground factions that are trying to disrupt the government or something like that, and we are just dealing with monsters and we're unified, right? Then this idea is useless.
Yeah. Unless you want to have a monster revolution.
You could have a monster revolution. Maybe there's some monsters that are being used as labor, and they are like, "Hey, I don't like this." Right?
Actually, that'd be kind of cool.
That would be. That was actually a plot point that I had in my intrigue campaign. That was just a thing that was going on in the world, right? Because full spoilers for that for anybody who might listen to this who might have been a part of that. That Agris had the dwarven like factions. They used goblin slaves. That was the
assholes.
Thing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But they were like, the goblins are beneath us, and if we can, like, they were taking over their territory.
And figuratively,
right? Sorry. They were quite literally taking over their territory and enslaving them to dig for them, and like start to like use them for other manual labor. Right?
That doesn't make sense. Dwarves would want to dig for themselves.
Well, these dwarves were starting to get a little more what's the word? Lazy, but also like there's another word.
Like they dug too deep.
Right? No, but it was like maybe it was more just like, hey, we are more important than you. If you are sacrificed in a cave in, right?
Very true.
Then we don't have to worry about you, right? We can just dig it out again with our goblins, right? And so there was literally Zub. Zub was the rightful king of the goblins. That was his storyline, and people could find him, right? He had escaped, and he was running, and he was badly wounded, and if you found him and you healed him up, hey, there's a plot hook for it.
Good job, you healed the king of the fucking goblins.
Right? But then he like might like if they didn't just kill him outright, they might talk to him and learn information from him and then go, oh shit, the dwarves are like actually and it's a moral quandary of like, these are goblins, they usually do the raiding and stuff, right? Like, oh, but they're people too. Yeah. And so they're being enslaved, and that's not right. Even if they're known for doing this, maybe that's not the full story, which was like the whole point of it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's a whole tangent. But
that's what this whole show is.
It is true. We go on tangents a bunch. That opening, I just came back while talking to other people, and now Ricky Gervais is on the screen for some reason. Fair. So what I will say though is going through this, using any of these as plot points to build your campaign around sounds great.
Yeah.
But having them to and having them on hand as well for them to work for a campaign is fine. It's just you gotta make sure that they make sense, because if you just spring something on your players that doesn't make any sense, they're gonna go, why the fuck did that happen?
Yeah, why is this happening?
I saw this video before. He has a few lists of different topics he goes over. Oh, good, because I want to go over them.
I'll be right back in just a moment.
Okay, I'll continue without you, I suppose.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
It should make sense.
Oh my god, he immediately says it. God, Dave. Okay.
I'm back.
So he immediately, and let me pull it back, he immediately says it should make sense. Fucking hell.
We need to shut the fuck up sometimes.
No. So, I mean, it's one of those things where we talk about the point before they make it. And I'm glad he made it. It makes me happy that he made it.
2 revolutions, not of the planet around the sun, 2 revolutions where peasants revolt against the ruling monarchy. Now, it should make sense. Are elvish peasants going to revolt against the elvish nobility? If you've established that the elves are all content and happy, what would cause that? Now, that is another series of questions and campaign possibilities that you have just set in front of yourself. Why would the elves suddenly go into revolution? What would cause them? What would instigate them? Is it some kind of spell, some kind of... Nonetheless. So you plot out 2 revolutions. And when I say plot out, you just write revolution and then choose the races where this revolution is going to happen. This is the fun part, especially if you do it before your campaign starts, because it's a case of saying, okay, well, I have my world map. I think that race and that race should go into a revolution. They should have some kind of rebellion going on. There should be something that happens. Why? Well, we're going to come to that in a little bit. Now, you're not going to trigger these at exactly the same time. That's the other key thing. After each adventure concludes, you're going to come to your table of world events, and we're going to have a whole bunch more, by the way. You're going to come to that table, you're going to randomly roll to see what happens.
Okay. So, you could. You very much could.
Yeah, you could.
And this is how he does it, so again, it's fine. But what I would say is you roll something, you get something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and right. At that point, you basically are just like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Roll again.
Yeah,
and
why
then
don't you just
what's
choose?
The point?
Yeah, why don't you just choose? I like using off-screen stuff to be things that affect the world that players won't necessarily want to bother with, like bureaucracy, smaller adventuring, or military advancements, etc. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's also good to surprise players with the consequences of their decisions. See, that's the big thing that you can do of like you have them do something that is a small chain of events, right? Basically they save this one guy, and then they find out later on that because they saved that one guy, the king died. Yeah. Right? Like it just
he was spiraled, like a super assassin or
right,
some shit.
It spiraled into this chain of events that now has caused the world to change. It's something that they can go, oh fuck, are you kidding me? That's what, and then you get this
like
whole
you
thing.
Read it, you're like extra blank killed the king, and they're like,
right? Yeah, we saved that guy. And then you have this whole thing of like, oh no.
Do we go after him? Do we tell people like we know who he is?
Right.
Like,
are they gonna find out if they catch him? Are they gonna find out that we helped him somehow?
Yeah.
Or is he gonna implicate us because he knows us? He knows our faces. He knows our names. Yeah. Right. In Defense of Goblins, our Pathfinder 2 E-Party's Goblin Alchemist Healer, Dr. Stab Fixer, I love it, is a highly respected professional with a perfectly legitimate mail-order medical degree. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hello there. Hey, Cameron. How's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Yes.
All right. So let's see what else he says, because again,
it's very orky.
With this, with this one point, I would say, like, again, you can do it if you want. Go for it. Roll on the table, but I don't know if the table is necessarily the best option.
Yeah, I agree.
you're going to see a little bit that it's not always cataclysmic. So, revolution. Plan out 2 revolutions. Plan out 2 birth of a nations. So what this means is that maybe in the jungles or somewhere on your map, what once were disparate hunter-gatherers have gathered together. Or perhaps it's the barbarians in the north who were all separate clans, but now they've come together under a single united banner. And they're going to be they don't necessarily have to invade other countries, but they are now a force to be reckoned with.
It's hey, remember when you guys were all animals? you guys then lost your home and then had to form into a new place with pretty cool.
Yeah.
I miss that.
But it was Norska.
Yeah.
We were all skin wolves.
I've never been That's pretty good. I've never been in a game with a revolution happening or happened. Yeah, I haven't been in necessarily a revolution. I started a war. In the sense of I was the DM and I had the war going on in the background. That was the thing, right?
Yeah.
And that was the reason why the drow priestess had come up to try to find allies, right?
See, future people, don't take what he just said as don't take that out of context and then fuck him up as he's trying to run for office. Please.
What? Oh,
you said I started a war.
Oh, don't worry, I'll never run for office. I'm fucked.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it's completely slipped my mind that I said that.
Yeah.
That's pretty great. But legitimately, it was a background element. They could interact with it if they wanted to. And in fact, was the reason why, like I said, the drow came up to find allies to stop the war. Right, because it was a war between the surface and the Underdark, basically.
Yeah.
And the drow were like,
the surface is gonna lose.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things of like they were kind of fighting on 2 fronts because they're also fighting against everything else in the Underdark, right?
Gotcha.
Like you got Illithids down there, and legitimately, the one of the reasons that she was up there going, hey, stop, is because of Illithids. They were like, hey. Sorry, illithid. Excuse me.
Oh, God.
But so she was just like, "Hey, so we're fighting you guys, but hey, there's a bigger threat. These guys, fucking bad.
Yeah, no, they're worse. You think we're bad? Woo!
Exactly.
Look at that guy. Look at that guy over there. Look at him. Look at his fucking hair.
Look at his face." Yeah, so...
wait, what do you mean? You mean he doesn't have a face? I know, right?
But, like, having that as... It was more because the character... That was the character that my friend wanted to play. And so then I kind of made it work because I was just like, oh, that would... Yeah, let's do it. And then with the war happening, we could then change how the world is, right? Like... Yeah. Like, there's less guards around because they're being sent to go and die in the tunnels against the drow. But like,
even, I mean,
yeah, exactly, right. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Yeah. Tables are always the best option. Viva la Revolution. Well, yeah, there you go. My current campaign is literally about a dwarven proletariat uprising in a city of humans oppressing them. One of the players fights using a hammer and sickle. You can tell his real-life political opinions.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Hey, man, you gotta seize the means of production, okay?
Yeah. You can't let the bougies. You can't let them fucking walk all over you.
Bourgeoisie need to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What does this have to do with the players? Wait until the end of the video. We're getting there.
Oh, so until the end of the video,
plan out at least 2 births of a nation. Yeah, 2 births of nation.
National births.
2 things where nations suddenly form out of nowhere. Then we get to natural disaster. Now, there are lots of natural disasters. You can have volcanic disasters. You can have flooding disasters. You can have, and this is if you're in a fantasy world, magical disasters where magic suddenly doesn't work. Or divine absence where the gods have just suddenly stopped providing divine power. You can have tsunamis, you can have earthquakes, you can have chasms forming, you can have an asteroid slamming into the planet.
Yeah!
The list goes on and on and on and on. I would suggest that you have maybe 3 of those up your sleeve. but not a lot, because these are very, very dramatic events, which if the PCs are nearby could either kill them or could change the course of your campaign altogether.
I agree 100%. Like this is the one that I just completely agree with. Having the idea to have natural happen, put things into it. Again, because I do things differently, I don't know if I would plan out these world-changing events ahead of time. I think I would, well, not in that, but like have this table to go from. I would plan the specific things that would happen if specific things would happen, you know?
Yeah.
Like you kind of go through the story and you go, okay, we get to this point. We talked, like I said, with the killing of the king, right? Like they save this guy or they don't save this guy. If they do, the king dies, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe he tries to kill the king and maybe he fails, right? There's something is going to happen because this guy has been saved. And then alien invasion in D&D, that's the Githyanki, dude.
Yeah.
The Gith, well, not the Githzerai, they don't.
Is that I never get them right.
So the Githyanki are the space pirates, the Githzerai are the monks.
Okay.
So where was it going? Brain.
Don't have to, or plan it out, but don't like use the table. It's
because like I was saying, the way I would do it is just like consequences of actions.
Yes.
Right. That's what I want to do more so than have a list to go through.
The thing that's nice is that you can have the natural disasters without them being the consequence of anything.
Yes,
because
that is
it's
true.
a natural disaster.
Yes, exactly. And having that happen at a point where it makes things like, hell, you could even kind of make it sense to then steer people in a direction.
Yeah. Okay, so give me 1 second. Don't do anything.
Okay. No.
Okay, good. Hang on.
Really? Yeah, really. Githzerai and Githyanki are... Yeah, I gotta go now. You all keep on table flipping.
Wait a minute before you go. Wait. Don't go. There you go.
Hold on. Let me break that up.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. I'll just use that.
Just so unamused.
It's a good screenshot. May you ruminate on this while you sleep. It's a
yes. As he silently judges you.
But yes, so.
Yes.
So be a little bit cautious with natural disasters. I don't know what's wrong with me today. A little bit cautious with natural disasters because they can get out of hand, especially the PCs are there. Okay, so we're talking natural disasters, political calamities, have a couple up your sleeve. And then finally, death of an important figure. This is something that should be, again, we're talking on the world-changing scale here. So if it's the death of the Elvish King, or if it's the death of a dragon, all those kinds of things, have a couple in your pocket. So I would literally list death of king, and then randomly from your map go that one. What it's going to be doing, by the way, is that...
Okay, so I'm sorry, but like I have this issue where you're just saying random, right? Like I feel like there should be a reason behind why you're doing it.
Yeah.
Like, I know you want to change the world state. That's a reason. But I feel like to just change it is just like...
To change it just to change it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, don't do that, I would say, personally. I would say go with changing it in order to now make the tension rise or some... Like, you're doing it for a reason to make your goals, or their goals, either harder to achieve, easier to achieve, or just you want to see what they'll do, try to achieve. General.
Whoa. In one of the games I'm in, we had an outside force, Warlock's Great Old One Patron, force all the world's gods into the mortal realm.
Wow.
Fuck, that's cool.
That's a big fucking event.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
That sounds like something that the campaign was built on.
Yeah, damn, that's a really cool idea.
Because I don't think you come up with that and then roll on a table to find it.
I sure fucking hope not.
Man,
because, like, what the hell are the other things?
I mean, okay, so...
there's a little bit of apple shortage down the road.
I will say, PC is hunting one of them because it's the god. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Fucking...
Shit.
So here's the thing. Randomness can add the spice. Absolutely it can. But I don't know. It's one of those things that you have to be careful when you're just doing it randomly, right? Because it could backfire super hard if you don't plan it out a little.
Oh yeah. When it comes to mascot, oh damn it! Ah! Steely commented and mistyped, but I was gonna read it anyway.
It got retracted. I didn't see it.
Honestly, can't he just summarize his points here by just saying make a history for map of the campaign? Yeah.
Yes, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those. I don't know, man. It's one of those things.
That's true. You don't stick with what you roll on the table at all the time. You just adjust it, what you get in the tables to fit the campaign.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
But then the problem with that is that then why did you make the table to begin with?
My issue becomes like, why not just make it a part of the story? Right?
Yeah.
Not just like this is a table that I can pull from. Why don't you just make it a part of the campaign? Like at this point, when they reach here, a natural disaster will happen that will now either harm their abilities to get to the guy across the continent, because there's now a giant chasm between them and there, and they have to find a way over it or around it or under it. I don't know. You know, just have it be a part of the story. Suddenly a giant chasm appears. They're gonna go to the right. You know, they're gonna go east where they don't have to worry about it because nothing is to the west. Yeah. Right.
The West has been destroyed.
West has been destroyed
by North Korea.
Yeah. Okay. Oxys, I'm late to the show. Hey.
Yeah.
Radiator. Yeah, you're a little. It's fine. You can watch the VOD later. You're good. You're good. Tables are fun, and because it keeps you on your toes, which keeps your players on their toes. I usually use tables before the game as part of my prep. And, like, absolutely, fair enough. Yeah, go for it. We're just saying, like, for us, right?
Yeah.
We're not saying don't use them. We just say, in some cases, don't think that it's the best thing to use, right? Yeah. And that's just, again, what we're kind of...
What we believe.
Play the game however you want. We always say that.
Yeah, believe it.
This is also going to be great world building, because you now know that if the king of the dwarves is going to die potentially throughout the campaign, well, then the PC should know in some way the dwarvish king. And if the PCs ever come across the dwarvish king, you then know as a player to go as a GM. To then go, okay, I want my players to really like this dwarvish king because he's gonna die. And when he dies, I want them to be there. I want them to be present. Next up.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, that makes sense. When it comes to mass conflict, how do you like to balance the player's impact on it? Is it like they are Luke Skywalker at the Death Star or random soldiers, or somewhere between?
The Somme.
Somme? I don't know it.
Yeah, it's a river in Germany.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
Oh wait, no. Was it? Sorry, I'm gonna sound like I'm stupid. I think it was. It was either that or it was in France.
Okay, I don't know geography or history.
I don't either, but I play a lot of.
Yes.
Okay, good. Games. Yes.
Massive World War I battle. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very bad.
I played shooter games.
God damn it. Oh, is that? Wait, I've been playing Verdun recently, which is really fun, by the way. It's all about World War I. Historically accurate. It's cool.
Cool.
Anyway, so I think that, like, if you do something that is, if they do something that is actually like
noteworthy.
Yeah, super noteworthy.
If they are tasked with doing something noteworthy, their impact will be noteworthy.
Exactly. Like it all depends on what they're doing.
Yes.
Right. I think that having that the ability to just roll with what they do, because I like to have an open world where I don't need to worry about making an overarching plot until the characters themselves, I understand them more and I get what they want to do. And like we go on personal overarching plots, right? Mm-hmm. In the sense of like for the drow, I was like, okay, you want to try to end the war. That's what you want to do. Figure it out. The tiefling wants to find a way to get his people to more of a presence in the world. They're kind of pushed off to the side more so. Okay, that kind of coincides because changing changing the world state in that way, maybe they can rise up or something. Oh, the paladin, or no, yeah, he was a paladin, I think. Yeah, he was a paladin. No,
this other guy.
Yeah, the third guy was like, sorry,
that's fine.
The mercenary captain, wanted to overthrow the bourgeoisie. Quite literally, that was his plan. He wanted to install a different kind of government. Oh, you all can work together towards that.
Oh,
because it fits with stopping the war, fits with changing how the tieflings are, right? Like you then have this overarching thing of, oh, this is what they're all working.
Yes,
because that's
and
what
you only learned that because of the slow, the slow burn where you're learning each character's interests.
Yes, exactly. And like if they would work together well, and they ultimately were. So that was the story.
They ultimately were worked together well.
Right, exactly. And then I didn't like give them specific plot points. I went, okay, what are you guys doing to achieve your goal? And then we started going from there, right? So again, it all depends on what my characters want for me.
Yeah.
In a van down by the I've already forgotten how to say it.
In a van down by the Somme.
My brain sounds way different. I need to have these players like the Dwarven King gets him to give them a Vorpal sword. Perfect. Personally, like escalation in events. Kingmaker from Pathfinder does it well by ramping up the threats which threaten the player's kingdom, puts risks and motivates, along with creating plot threats. Yeah, sure. This is the thing, right? I have my style. Everybody else has their styles. Do whatever fucking works for you. Because I think it all can be fun, and I would love to play in whatever campaign, right?
Yes.
Anyway.
Plan a series of mundane events as well, because not every event that occurs is going to change the world. If the lizard folk go through a small financial instability on the other side of the world, the PCs are really not going to care, and neither should you. Remember, we're trying to make the world feel as if it is alive. We're not actually making a living world. We don't need to go into that kind of detail.
So before he goes into like the actual table of it, I agree 100% already. Because like having random just mundane shit can just, like you said, make it feel, and like you go and you find a guy who is selling balloons. Just
balloons don't exist yet.
Well, it fits whatever, Okay, selling sheepskin that he's trying very desperately to fill with air, but it's not working.
There we go.
Right?
Yes.
Like bladders, sheep bladders. There we go.
Yes.
That he's trying desperately to fill with air so that people can, and it's like a macabre kind of thing, but it's nothing like that matters, right?
Yeah.
Hell, they could make it something that matters.
But if you wrote it, that means that it must matter.
Right, exactly.
There must be something here.
That's the thing. You'll get them interested, and maybe they'll make it matter. I don't know.
Yeah.
But for this, I go, Abel, totally makes sense. Roll randomly on the table. Like,
yeah, for like little things.
Things can be
what you should do,
easily.
a thing that you should definitely do is have, if you're going to be doing like tables and rolling, definitely have something like this for a town specifically.
Yeah.
So like you run into town and be like, oh, who do you hear first? You know?
Yeah.
You hear the town crier being like, hear ye, the king lost his dildo.
Sure.
It's easy to find it,
Yep. There you go. But then, that puts you in his good graces, and
exactly. And then you can get into that special party.
Yeah. That's right. So yeah, this one, I 100%. You want to do it on a table? I would say absolutely fucking go.
Yes.
General rule: if it's not dramatic, there's no reason to put it in there unless it is funny or. No, I don't agree.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, because you can have these moments where it's just like, that was weird. Okay.
Yeah, again, like not everything's gonna be funny, cool.
Yeah, because,
Right.
well, here's the thing. There can be times where you think it might be funny, and then your players are just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? It can be as simple as that.
That's a whole, like, not everything's gonna land, right?
Yeah.
And if some people didn't find it cool, then that's unfortunate, but
Yeah, but
kind of roll with it, and then you keep going.
Yeah.
So yeah, reminds me of Giant Slayer campaign. Story starts with a town festival of people celebrating not getting killed by the orcs that year. Yeah, there you go. Quite literally, something super mundane can just be mundane, and they pass it by.
Because there are mundane things in the world.
Yeah, and this is the thing: you insert it, they pass it by, it's done,
and then it's done.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry about it. Like,
yeah,
it's just it. And again, they could make something out of it, right? It could be a whole side thing they do.
Yeah,
I don't know. It doesn't have to be funny or cool. It doesn't have to be.
So, things. Tax increases. The PCs arrive in town, and there's a sword tax that's now been introduced. A sword tax? But we were here last week. I know, but his lordship proclaimed it just yesterday. If you're carrying any kind of bladed weapon and you want to walk around inside the town, I'm afraid it's going to cost you somewhere in the region of 3 silver pieces per day that you're here. How long are you here for, sir? If you hit it, if you bring in a tax, you're like, taxes are so boring. Yes, they are, but they do cause tension because they lead to potential plots. Why is the king now raising taxes on swords or on wagon wheels? That was another time of a tax that existed in the medieval period, or on windows, for example.
Yes, true.
Why is this tax being introduced? Well, because on your main chart, this kingdom happens to be slated to go to war at some point, because maybe you've got that on your major calamity list of.
I actually I wanna point this out because good example of this is something that isn't funny or cool.
Yes,
this is quite literally annoying. Actually,
yeah, this is annoying, and it establishes a point.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's foreshadowing, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. The mundane should be cool. Didn't get killed by orcs festival is both cool and pretty funny in a dark way. A blind beggar seemed like a secret swordsman would see the... Again,
well,
I don't know about that.
My problem with that is... Oh, jeez. Glue. My problem with that is if you lock yourself down into that, you are gonna really, really burn yourself out on writing, because even if it's like you're gonna run out of ideas, and then every time you have something mundane happen, sometimes you might just want it to be mundane, but your character's like, okay, everything that happens is linked to something,
sure,
you know. So there definitely should be times where it's not linked to anything.
Slothful stupid nation, tax or fine anything for the most minor thing. Sure, yeah. What is
Yes.
this tax, my liege? A horny tax to quell all the unholy demon fucking that's been plaguing my realm. A layered meme. Potentially mundane things can help your characters care about the NPCs because they seem more like real people. Then they might be more emotionally invested when something imperils the NPCs. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Yes. These people are more downtrodden because of the taxes. They're complaining a lot, like, and then
they're bitching and moaning, and we just want them to shut up.
Right, and then we just put a sword into them, and we're just like, oh, thank God it stopped.
But then we got taxed for the sword, and I'm like, fuck.
Right. I remember you guys session 0 where Kraton and Aiden's characters were complaining about the fantasy IRS. I almost died of laughter. That's pretty good.
When was that?
That was in session 0, basically, or not
of Dungeons and Dice. Really?
Dungeons and Dice, yeah. We were talking about.
I don't remember that.
We talked about it.
Watch that again.
Times, I think.
Apparently,
yeah, it was great.
Also, you watched session 0. Aw,
thank you. I don't know. Maybe I've had different kinds of players, but they think everything is connected constantly at my table, even before I started thinking this way. They trained me in this school of thought. Okay,
I see.
Well, that's unfortunate, I guess.
Yeah,
because like,
but I mean, hey. We don't make our stories that way, but I mean, hey, if you made your story that way and your players liked it, more power to you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you
that's just not a writing style that any of us actually have adopted.
If you are able to make it work, more fucking power to you. Absolutely. Because like I could not. Sometimes I won't fucking think of like how something is connected because I just can't, right? Like if I go, hey, I want to have a broken down wagon with a merchant. Okay, I have that.
Yes.
And then they go, why was that there? And I go, I don't know.
I mean,
why
shit
not?
happens.
Right.
Fucking, why was that there? Well, his wheel broke. No,
Yeah,
I mean...
his wheel broke. Yeah. It's just like, you're planning something, aren't you? I'm like, yes.
I mean, the merchant was planning to go to the town, but his wagon broke. He wasn't planning that.
So I guess, like,
Good
job. Now you got a discount on his cabbages. Oh, so not D&D, but started a Star Wars game. Oh, cool.
Nice.
Literally, the first session was learning the rules of a resort they're staying at, getting hired, and meeting the notable individuals running things. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Yeah, you're establishing that.
Yeah.
The town guard then arrests you, but not for deadly assault, but for failure to pay the sword tax. Yeah, then you have a whole thing, right? You're in jail because of a sword tax. Maybe your characters are then like, we want to abolish the sword tax.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How do you abolish the sword tax? Make everybody wear a sword. Do
Right,
you not tax the guards?
Yeah. And they're like, yes, we pay our sword tax.
Who taxes the tax man?
Yeah, there you go. Who taxes the tax man? Who taxes the tax man? Very good. Very good. At my table, the guy with the cart has to at least have worn old copper ring with an unrecognizable crest on it that has been passed down in his family for generations. Man, sounds exhausting.
That really sounds like a nightmare.
Like, again, if you have the patience and the ability to do it every time, great. Absolutely more power to you. But I would, like, having to do that every time sounds... Like, I take my time to write my world and everything that I need to worry about then. And then after that, we then go into, okay, now I figure out what I need in the moment. We don't have to worry about... We don't have to worry about fucking this random merchant who is having a wheel stuck, you know?
Yeah.
D&D Punisher gets swords off the streets with swords. Hell yeah!
Yeah!
I gotta kill that crime! Oh man, Punisher's so
this
fucking
law
silly.
is a
I love
crime.
That guy. Hey Pun, if I jaywalk, are you gonna kill me? Yes.
It's like, okay, I'll wait for the cars to pass with the horse carts, I guess.
It's fun, but it can be exhausting. Luckily, I don't have to come up with all of the lore. I just... Yeah, fair, okay. Hell yeah, piece of fuck, yeah. One of my Pathfinder players made an orc brawler with a tax collector background. He basically breaks down Invader stores and says, "Where's my fucking money, Lebowski?" Hell yeah.
Nice!
Hell yeah. There you go.
Of war. They need the money to pay for the war. But all of this kind of stuff is stuff that the PCs don't necessarily know about. Except when they then go to the guard and they say, why is the Lord raising a tax? You now have the most amazing piece of world building in your pocket because you know that this kingdom, if you roll, will eventually go to war. And so it's an easy case of saying, well, rumor has it, don't tell anyone, but we might be going to war. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so he's talking about making these small plot points
link into the big ones.
Yes, exactly, which you can
very
do,
good.
but I also think that you can have it be doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So both ways work. That's what I want to stress.
Right. Why are you to war? Well, you didn't roll why they're going to war on your chart, but you're the GM, so now you make up, well, it's a political thing, and the PCs might be able to get involved, they might be able to intercede, and just adventures just burst out of doing this particular method. It's really useful for doing that kind of thing. It gives you NPC dialogue, it gives you all sorts of plot hooks that you didn't even plan on having. It's good. All right, so tax increases, legislation changes. Oh, you're a mage. Oh, okay. You need to get a new brand. Yeah, all mages are to be branded on the forehead with an L, because that indicates learned. Yeah, right.
There you go.
Nice.
Legislation changes. I know this sounds mundane, but that's why it's called a mundane category. And you go, oh,
I was gonna say,
well, maybe it doesn't even affect the piece. Maybe it doesn't. But it is part of making your world feel as if it is living, breathing, and ticking over, even though the PCs are not doing anything about it.
100% agree. If it doesn't affect your PCs at all, it's totally fine.
Yes, because not everything will.
Exactly.
Especially since they are to be, as a result of being who they are exceptional people. Not everything is going to be a problem or even noteworthy to them.
Oh, absolutely. And like, well, this is the other thing. They might be exceptional people. Like, things can happen to exceptional people. The exact opposite thing. Like, it's just something you got to deal with, bro.
Yep.
Doesn't do anything to any, like, it doesn't make your story go forward. It's just something you got to deal with, bro.
Yeah. This is the world.
Yeah.
Fucking deal
welcome
with
to the world, motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
Here we go.
Okay, so
welcome
legislation taxes.
A
new item is now available in market. Whereas previously you couldn't buy magical items, now you can.
Oh.
What caused that? Or previously you couldn't buy healing potions, but now someone is selling healing potions. It could be we've opened up a new Griffin transportation system. Brand new cutting edge latest technology. You get on a Griffin and provided you survive the ride, you'll get to your destination, which we're training them on where to go at the moment. Some folks end up in the mountains, but we've learnt where they go in the mountains, so we've got a little hut there, so you will be rescued eventually. Introduce something that's new and that's different. Evolve your world. That's something that you can add in.
Yeah, no, like, absolutely. I again, I want to stress, evolve your world, right? Like,
yes.
That's a good way to put it, because like, yes, the world is ever changing, but like, using the word evolve kind of
because it's a more natural, it's less arbitrary, or at least it feels one is sufficient.
Have you guys ever heard of Way of the Wicked, sort of a campaign that involves playing Saturday morning villains and taking down awful good?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, me neither.
Sounds neat. Yeah, the intrigue campaign that I've been talking about, if around for that, I don't remember, but that they were all evil and they were trying to take down the kingdom, so that was the whole, like, it was an evil campaign. So I have familiarity with the concept and such, but I have not played such a way. Putting an L on every wizard's head is a cool detail. Imagine running into that. Why wouldn't you be interested? It's a funny detail too, for obvious meta reasons. Regardless, it's interesting for a question. Absolutely, yeah. This is I think oh god, I think one of my friends was talking about this the other day. Not the other day, sorry, a while back. He was like, yeah, so what if you were in a world where your mages had to be tattooed? Because it was the only way to inhibit them. So because the kingdom is like, shit, mages get really powerful. You if they are tattooed, that means they did something very bad, right?
Yes.
And then you have this whole thing of, you see some people with these tattoos and you go, oh shit, they have done shit, right? Then you have this interesting thing in your world of like, oh my god, okay, when I look at him, is he tattooed, right? And it's like, well, no, he doesn't look tattooed. Or yeah, you see, a few tattoos that are on him that you recognize, and you go, oh no, I'm talking to a bad person. Right? It's an interesting thing that you can add
in. You can add in a new food that's come in. Oh, you heard of this new stuff? It's called coffee. Yeah, it's called coffee. Yeah, it's pretty awful, but it certainly keeps you awake, and it's really great. Why would introducing a new... Because it's what happens. It's what happens. We're going to get to the consequences, okay? A new guild could open up. Yes, we're now the Guild of Heroes, and if you want to be a hero, you have to pay a membership of 100 gold a month. No, we're going to fight that one. Well, yeah, good luck. We're sanctioned by the king. Why are you sanctioned by the king? Oh, we've heard rumored that we might be going to war. Yes, all right, fine, GM, we get it. A war is coming, and now we've got this big background that's going on. But if they seem linked together, it's because they are, and the reason for that is because now you've got your mundane events, you've got your cataclysmic events, or your world-changing events, And I haven't given you the complete list, by the way. I mean, war is another one. Famine, drought. Well, those are sort of natural disasters, I guess. War, peace is made between two warring factions. That's another one. Don't forget, peace is just as important an event, if not more important, than war is. So, and mundane. There are so many things that could come through. The flushing toilet was mundane at first until it became a class symbol. If you had a flushing toilet, you were considered to be very, very well off. If you had a flushing toilet inside a room, even better. And if it was within your actual house and you didn't have to walk out to the shed outside, even better. So it became a status symbol for quite some time. All right. So what are we going to do with all of these things? We've now got these cataclysmic events. We've got these mundane events. What are we going to be doing with them? Well,
I like that. Basically, if there's a horseman named after it, it goes on the list. Very true.
Yeah, that's really good.
now is where we start to look at the effects on the actual game and also how you're going to actually present it to your PCs, because there's no point in going, okay, cool guys, last session you guys all healed up, you wake up inside the inn, oh, and by the way, there's new tax legislation and you're going to get tax on your shoes.
Yeah, right.
They're going to go, what? How do we know this? Oh yeah, that's right. You don't know it because your PCs don't know it because I haven't told them in the world. That's the most important thing, is when these events start happening, your first port of call, the first way that the players should ever encounter these changes is through dialogue with the NPCs. And it can literally be, if your players don't really engage with NPCs very much, as you're walking past a wagoner and his son on way to market, the son turns to the father and says, I'm really excited about this new war that's coming up. Do you think I could be a soldier, Papa? And the farmer going, shut up, we're going to be on the farm. We got to get it in those, you know, moisture evaporators won't fix themselves. And
yeah, I think the obvious example is what you said, literally the town crier. Quite literally, like, it's the easiest way to do it because it's like, hey man, you hear a town crier because that's their fucking job.
Yeah, like that is their job. They tell people shit.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if the kingdom wasn't going to war with one another, but instead of just some random animal like Australia and emus.
Oh yes. Yes, and
we
they
are
lost.
officially.
Don't forget.
We are officially going to war with ostriches.
Don't forget that Australia lost against the. It's great.
Why, Papa? You think I can die brutally for my nation too?
Really likes using there might be a war plot hook. Well, it's just the example that he's. Yeah. But I wanted to go into Toshi Station and pick up some power converters. Yeah.
Be quiet. You can introduce it that way. You can have the PCs actually asking questions, but the NPCs should be talking about it. And if there's a tax legislation that comes in on iron, the blacksmith, when the PCs walk into the blacksmith, I'm sorry, fellows, but your sword repairs are going to cost you an extra 10% more. We're all being hit hard by this new tax.
Yeah.
You get my point.
Explain
what
it
are
well.
the legal implications? I know this sounds awfully administrative, but this is the easiest way that I've found so far. So once you've listed all of the events that you're going to have happen, then next to each one of them, you work through this little form. And I'm going to put it in the doobly-doo below so that you can actually follow through in terms of that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, sorry. I need to go get to the doobly-doo.
What's that?
% more. We're all being hit hard by this.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, some people say it for some.
Description is hard to say.
Yeah, it's really weird. Hold on.
It's hard to. The word rural is really hard to say.
Oh, rural, I can't say, man. I just can't. Where is it, guy? Hold on. I see something for a sponsor that's going to be in this video.
Oh,
I see something for his
I can't
books.
wait until this podcast is over. Because I'm going to go make myself like a nice kick-ass bowl of ramen. I'm super hyped.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Just waiting. God, I can't wait until this podcast is over. Fuck.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, oh, man. I thought you liked that. Yeah, I don't see it. If somebody can find that for me, please do so. And then if you're in the Discord, please send that to me, because I do not see it at all in his doobly doo.
Yeah.
Very okay. Well, anyway.
One time.
What are the legal consequences? There's a war starting. Is conscription a thing? If it is a thing where you have to go and fight in the war if you're in that particular kingdom, are the PCs going to want to do that? Or are they wanting to get away? If the PCs want to get away, by the way, if they don't want to be involved or embroiled in whatever is happening within that country, make sure that they can. Let them meet someone who goes, yeah, I can get you across the border. They won't even know you were in this country. Yeah, you don't have to fight in the war. Who wants to fight in the bloody war? It's going to cost you a couple bob per head, but that's all right. We'll get you across the border. They won't even know it. And as a matter of fact, they'll probably think that you're the enemy.
Wait,
That's really good.
Yeah, quite literally, it's just like, whoa, wait a minute. Sorry, what am I agreeing to?
Yeah, right.
I do want to go into and stress. Yes. Make sure that you give them the options, because like if you do something like that where it's like, again, like conscription, you don't want to force your players unless they want to. You don't want to force them to do something like that's not. It's railroad.
That's kind of like
literally
DMing 101.
Yeah. Is it Shade Rattle Legend? No, it's not. Ramen can be the best thing sometimes. I especially like Shin Ram Yum. Hits the spot.
Yeah.
Like ramen.
I know. I haven't had it in a long time, so I'm hyped. Yeah.
Way that shit.
Yes.
So I just wouldn't come back into the kingdom until that war's sort of simmered down. You know what I mean? So what are the legal consequences? It could just be a tax. If it's a tax that's come in, what are the legal implications? If they don't pay the tax, they get arrested. And they have to spend the night in jail, or the weapons get confiscated. Again, it's just useful to have this as a framework because we're trying to make the world feel alive. What are the financial implications? Oh, the country's now at peace with this other country? Well, that means the war effort's going to wind down. Weaponry is going to become dirt cheap, as now there's a surplus of weapons that are going to be floating around. Okay. But, and we've got news, all those soldiers will coming back, so the fields are going to be bountiful. So hopefully there's going to be a resurge in the economy. Things might get cheaper, or there's no jobs, there's no fields. They all got destroyed during the war. We're heading into a famine. And so now if you're coming into the country and you're selling items, if it's not food, people probably won't want to buy it, but they'll be selling things incredibly cheaply if it's not food. So there are major implications with the finances. What are the political consequences? These are going to happen. This is where most people focus their world building, by the way, is on the giant politics happening around.
I will say I didn't until I asked to. Basically, like I was asked questions. I was like, "Shit, I don't know much about the politics. I only know very general things." And then I worked with players to do that, and it was great. I have to say though as well, this whole list that he's been doing, very good.
This is great.
I'm 100% about it. For Christmas, I got a Naruto ramen bowl with chopsticks.
Also, shrimp is the best flavor. Don't at me.
I like shrimp a lot. As I originally am from Maine, and we eat a lot of seafood up there, and I haven't had enough of the different flavors, I'll be honest. So
really,
yeah, I think I've only had really like chicken and beef and that's about it.
Oh, so you never had pork?
No, I've not had pork.
Ooh,
pork
you
ramen.
gotta do pork sometime.
It's
amazing.
How is the war settled? White peace or total domination? Yeah, exactly, right? Like,
yeah. Did you did you make a peace treaty, or did you wipe them off the fuking map like you should with the Empire? You gotta fucking stamp that shit out, dude, fast. I got the order tight.
I gotta say, I gotta say, I was playing a playthrough of Paunch, Grom the Paunch.
Nice.
And you start right next to them, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna start with Bretonia. I took out Bretonia, and then I was like, oh, hey, the vampires still like me over here, and I'll take them out too. And then it was like, oh, hey, Empire, what up? Franz, what up over there? And I took out Franz, and I was like, this is the best. I'm so happy right now.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then hopefully you went to go fuck up the goddamn knife ears.
Well, I have to now, because they literally start against you, and then I was just like, oh, shit. And then they've started to send troops. I'm like, fuck.
So you know what I did recently? This is going a little bit off topic.
No, you're fine.
Because it's fun. I played. I have some mods that I was telling you about them before, where it's an unlocking mod where it lets you play as any faction that is on the map.
Yeah, I should get that too. You should link me that or something.
I will. And it basically there are some legendary lord unlockers where if it's a lore-friendly legendary lord that has been actually made by the mod, you can play as them. One of them was a Beastman lord named Goros Warhoof.
Yeah, okay.
And he is a Centaur legendary lord. Ooh. And when you start out in the like north of Kislev and just south of Norska.
Gotcha.
And immediately when you start, you have a small quest battle. It's really easy. You just recruit some extra units and then go in and then you win, basically. Yeah. And when you win, you unlock a portal that teleports you to one of 3 optional locations. You can go to the Southlands.
Okay, yep.
You can go to Lustria.
Okay.
Or you can go to Nagarond.
Okay.
So you can just start your campaign basically wherever you want. And you can also choose to just stay right where you are.
Yeah. That's cool.
But your campaign involves killing lizard men, elves, the Empire, Bretonia, and some other people.
Right.
And so what I did was I went to Lustria, fucked up the lizard men, sailed over to the elves, got the Sword of Cain, killed the elves, and then came over, killed Bretonia and the Empire. It was great fun.
That's great.
Yeah, it was really good. Got to head off. Great time. Leave no table unflipped, dudes.
Thanks, Steely.
Goddamn right.
Thank you. Yep. Yeah. See ya.
Thank you for your money.
Thank you for your patronage. But yeah, no, Total War Warhammer 2. If you haven't played it, fucking do it. It's great.
Play it. It's real good.
It's super fun.
I'm playing through Clan Eshin right now. Like actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Because I'm like actually using a lot of Eshin units. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue.
You're good.
PCs aren't going to care about that. I'm talking more about the politics in terms of I'm a barkeep and now all of a sudden orcs are allowed to come into our city and they're allowed to stay and sleep in my tavern. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, you know. They come in here, all 7 foot of them, and they complain the beds are too short. Too short, I say. This is a halfling inn. You can't come in here as an orc.
Okay.
But now they legally can. So now I've got to try and extend the room.
I really like that.
Yeah. It's a halfling inn.
How'd they even get in the door? Why do they want to come in a halfling inn?
Good.
Just to fit them in on the bedding. Those are the political consequences that are being enforced on the local small scale. Obviously, the king and the queen, well, we've got peace now, but we're going to starve. We have to do something. Just look at all these adventures that just suddenly explode. The PCs see a sign. The king is looking for a marrow. The king is looking for a particular type of marrow that will grow in battlefield soil very quickly and has a high nutritional content.
Marrow
might not sound like an adventure to you.
The marrow are the fish people.
Wait, but no, he said that we're looking for a marrow that would grow on the battlefield.
Oh.
Yeah, go back just a little bit.
The king is looking for a particular type of marrow that will grow in battlefield soil very quickly and has a high nutritional content.
Does he mean yarrow? Like yarrow root? Maybe?
Let me look at marrow real quick. Oh no, it's a thing. It's a white-fleshed, green-skinned gourd, which is eaten as a vegetable.
Okay, then. I had never heard of that.
Me either. Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
It's specifically British.
Ah!
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. We learned something. You learned something on this podcast, I promise.
Gourd!
Might not sound like an adventure to you, but when the gnomish inventor who's grown the marrow the size of a building suddenly disappears...
Hell yeah.
And now there's a murder mystery. Or there's a giant, angry, undead squash or marrow wandering around eating all the cows. Or Adventures just pop out. Okay, so what are the political consequences? Then, what are the religious consequences? There's no such thing as... I beg your pardon. There's no such thing as aliens. Well, except for those, they're not really alien anymore, because now we know who they are, and they're very nice people. What are the religious consequences to an event? There's an earthquake, and the priests have been claiming that there wouldn't be one. Do they now suddenly all get lynched for lying? Maybe there's an earthquake, and they did predict that it was going to be happening. Do they now get elevated to a theocracy, and they get given control over the entire kingdom? If the gods suddenly stop granting powers, those priests are going to be trying to rally everyone to pray and to try and find out why the gods have abandoned them. So there's a huge consequence there. And then, of course, new NPCs that arrive on the scene. This is absolutely critical. If your players are based in a small little village or in a little town, and they're used to the blacksmith, when they then arrive in town and the war is now over, the blacksmith is no longer there. He's sold up shop, and now it's a dwarf who is no longer an enemy, who's now running the smithy. The dwarf has different demands, different prices, and different expectations from the PCs, and they're going, but what happened to our blacksmith, the nice one?
This is something that I actually, now that's kind of sparked my brain. I don't do different prices. Like,
yeah,
I never think to do that. It's not anything like, it's not like a bad thing to do, obviously, but like, I never get around to thinking about, if you're in a different place, in a different town, in a different anything, like there might be different prices, right?
Yeah. Well, it usually, when we wind up playing, it's all kind of we usually play in like a kingdom or something that's like linked.
Yeah.
And so it usually doesn't come up.
Yeah, but even when I was throwing you guys through Agris a little bit, the people in the Frontierland should have like had different pricing than the Kingdom pricing.
It's very true.
Yeah, like now that I'm thinking about it, I fucked up.
That's fine.
No, I know. It's one of those things that it's just like it passes you by sometimes if you don't think about it. I'm horrible at haggling. Do you guys do that in game? So that's also interesting. I forget that you could even try to, because unless I'm playing a character that's more money conscious, I guess, in the sense of trying to save every penny and scrounge every penny, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll haggle if I need to, but otherwise, yeah, pay that price, whatever.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not much of a haggler. I'm not a very aggressive person. You wouldn't think it in the podcast, but I'm not a very aggressive person at all. So like, if you give me that price, as long as it's not ridiculous, then I'll most likely pay it.
Yeah.
Or if I'm like, hey, I helped you with this shit earlier, do you think I could get a little bit of a discount? You know, it would be a very diplomatic way of doing it.
Absolutely. This is why I love good videos that just spark like random
discussion
thoughts.
And discourse.
A discussion and discourse, right? But in a good way that's just like, oh man, I never even thought of that, you know? Like,
yeah, no, it's great.
We're
expanding our minds.
Right? Good video.
Yeah.
We liked her. You now here. So, what new NPCs are introduced? And of course, then finally, in terms of all of these mundane changes, I've been mentioning it throughout the video, who is it for and who is it against? Who benefits and who loses? So the king benefits, he gets more tax in. The people lose because they get taxed more. There's a war coming. All those kinds of wonderful things. You need to look into those and see. So you take that list, what are these consequences? You then apply that to each of the different events that you've got plotted out. Now, here is the beauty of it. If you are plotting out that there will be war, but you're going to randomly roll when you decide to go to war as to which countries are going to war, once you've created this table, you don't ever have to create it again. Literally, for every other campaign you do, it's going to simply be, this is my living world event list and the consequences that go with it. So you can certainly do that.
That's a good point.
And
it is a good point. And again, as long as
you
they
just
make
need to
sense,
change the names,
right? As long as they make sense, that's all I would say for a stipulation.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the whole you only need to make the table once. That's
yeah, absolutely. That I agree with.
There you go, folks. That's how I do it. That is how I run a living world in the background. I've got these things going on. You say, okay, cool, well, they're at war, but now a new NPC arrives. Who's this new NPC? It could be a general who changes the tactics. It could be a mundane peasant who has the visions of the future. It really is dependent upon you. But by having these charts, having these tables, and going, okay, I'm gonna trigger one of these events randomly or consciously to happen where the PCs are, the PCs are going to be going, wow, we went to war. The kingdom has gone to war. That's the new post. We were in a cave for 2 weeks. We come back and the kingdom has gone to war. What the hell has been going on? Now, it does require you to have a certain amount of mental agility to be able to go, well, this links to that, to links to that, to links to that. And to be able to seed the fact that these things are coming up. Again, having it before you start your campaign allows you to do that. So when I say at the end of each adventure, roll for an outcome, my ultimate suggestion would be roll for an outcome that will happen after this adventure that's coming up. So in this adventure that's coming up, you hint, oh, well, you know, there's going to be a natural disaster and it's going to be earthquakes.
So, okay, my thing now, my issue I have is if you do it every single time you end an adventure, everybody now knows that every time you're done your adventure, a new world-shaping thing will happen.
Yeah, you can't be that predictable about it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Again, it might work for a while, but then people will kind of catch on, I think. I would imagine at least. So, that's why I then go, like, that's why I've been saying, like, kind of plan out these world-changing events with your story, right?
Yeah.
So that they happen at specific times and they're not as predictable because they're just a part of it.
Yeah.
After this next adventure. So while the PCs are on that adventure, just randomly you can say, oh, there's a low rumbling that seems to be coming from the earth. It lasts for a few moments.
He looked down and I thought he was going to say his stomach. I was like, oh man. Uh-huh.
We're going back to his horror video. Remember that?
And then
Yeah,
stops.
I do.
Mention that 3 times during the next adventure, and when eventually the PCs go, yay, we've defeated the dragon, okay, cool, we're heading back to town, bang, you slap in an earthquake and they go, oh, those were tremors. We didn't know. Or you have a drow who is now on the surface who begs them for help because he got crushed whilst making his way to the surface because the caves are moving. The caves are moving? Don't talk nonsense. Silly drow. Stab, stab, stab. What are your thoughts?
Well,
how do you world build
let's be
in
honest.
terms of this living component? I'm not talking about the history. I'm not talking about all of that kind of wonderful stuff. I'm talking about making it feel alive. Leave your comments down below.
All right, yeah.
Very good.
Very good video. Fucking stellar, actually.
Yeah,
I liked it a
very
lot.
good.
Obviously, if you haven't already, go fucking check out How to Be a Great. He's got some stuff in there that we go, huh? And some of his stuff has become our memes.
Yes.
But ultimately, I think he's very good.
Yeah.
At least he's better now than he was before. So, yeah.
Well, I think his videos where he's talking about writing and story are better than his like top lists of what I hate.
Yes,
you know?
I agree. Another couple of memes have been shared. I must show them.
Okay.
They're pretty good because I've seen these formats before.
Yeah.
So first off, and these are both posted by Funky Fresh.
Yes.
And trying to run a smooth and interesting podcast. Shit, internet.
That's really good.
I fucking love this. It's great. And then I wish all anti-PCs a very agonizing exist. Yeah. Hey, it's you. Yeah. So that's the videos. Good videos.
Yes.
Good videos, both of them. God, so good.
Yes.
Thanks for the fun. Have a good one. May the force be with you. Thanks, Cameron. Thanks for hanging out. And again,
may
at
may the midichlorians be with you.
Again, now that we're at the end, thank you to both Slazer and Steely for your pledges to our Patreon. You are quite literally keeping us.
Yep,
it's great. It's fucking appreciative forever. Fucking yeah. Other than that, check the description. Obviously, has all the links you need. I will show it on screen for a moment. There's a bunch of other things. Follow us on Twitter. Discord to get your updates. Hopefully catch the show earlier next time. Well, next time it'll be on Tuesday.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll get back to the regular schedule because yesterday.
And maybe Aiden will be alive.
Maybe he will be back and be alive with us. We'll see. Hopefully we'll see.
We're still looking for that diamond.
Right. Yeah. But yes, thank you everybody. Remember, you can catch the VOD of this on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's streamed live Tuesdays, usually, at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And again, available as an audio-only version on your podcasting service of choice at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday.
And if you haven't watched it, check out Devils and Dice.
Yeah.
Sorry we haven't been able to play a new session in quite a while.
Right. But
one of us died. So
right, yeah, exactly. Right, but you have plenty of time to catch up, basically.
Yes.
27 sessions of it or something?
Yeah, it's a lot.
And that will premiere again on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But in the interim, we will try to be doing something, so stick around and see about that.
See what that might be. Yeah, it might be something cool.
New thing? Ooh. But yeah, thanks again for watching. Very, very good to see you all. Very good to have your input and all the memes and everything. It's been great.
Yes.
See you next week, everybody. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.